Yeah. Good evening, India, and good morning, America. Good afternoon, Europe. Welcome to the international webinar. Today, we are going to discuss, deliberate on the ramifications, impacts, and the effects during the COVID-19, and talking more on the inequality, which encompasses discrimination, disparity, and oppression, I hope. It's unfortunate that despite so much of literacy prevailing all over the world, we are one amongst the developing countries. We are developing. At the same time, we are facing the difficulty of being developed during this hardest of the hard times, COVID-19. So with this, to set the stage, I would like to invite our Global South Forum President, Mr. Professor Dr. Gali Vinod Kumar, to briefly introduce Global South Forum, and I will take over from there. Then followed by inaugural address by Professor C.H. Gopal Reddy, Registrar, Osmania University, and I will be introducing all the important speakers, eminent panelists to the audience at large, as well as we follow a schedule starting with Professor Haragopal. He is an eminent civil rights activist, followed by Professor Ripuranjan Das. He is the Director General for Socio-Economic Forum of the United Nations, followed by Advocate Nitin Mishra, followed by Professor P.L. Vishesharao, followed by Professor Dwarakanath, followed by International Peace Ambassador, His Excellency Muhammad Abdul Najib, and followed by Board of Member from Jordan, Dr. Ghassan B. Owais, followed by Dr. Abdul Diwale Mohammed, founder of Global South Economic Forum UK, and then we will switch over to the US after a short break, where the Prime Minister of Asia Africa Diaspora is Dr. Luis Jorge, and followed by Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatsula, Queen of Congo, and followed by Dr. Harikishan Epanpalli. He is the eminent financial advisor and international philanthropist from New Jersey, New York. And then we'll have a panel discussion, and we will take certain specific selected questions out of volley of questions. Already 270 questions have come. We will filter them and pick up few questions and pose them to the speakers as well as panelists. Whoever feels like they are confident to answer them, redress them, they are most welcome to answer them. As such, the question bank has been given to the WhatsApp group, and you as a speaker, you as a panel expert is in receipt. If you have not received, our president will forward them to you. And then after that, I will be proposing vote of thanks, and we will call it a day. That's how I pass on the podium to Professor Gali Vinod Kumar to introduce the Global South Forum formed on the United Nations Sustainable Goals and the Agenda of 2030. He will briefly introduce about Global South Forum. Over to Professor Vinod Kumar.
Sir, welcome this August gathering. Today, I welcome the Professor Hargopal Garu and Professor Vishweshwarao Garu and Professor Ripuranjan Garu and Professor Dwarakanath Garu and Professor other professor and various eminent personalities from the globe, Jordan, from America and other parts of the world. Even all the audience from scholars, teachers, scholars, and peer students, India and abroad. So I welcome this August gathering, sir, because Department of Law, Osmania University, and the Global South Forum jointly organizing this program in association with the Asia Africa Development Council and Sustainable Development Council organization of UNDP. So this, why we have selected this topic. This is very important, sir, because we are talking about all the issues. We are neglecting the marginal sections. All the marginal sections are neglected by the so-called rulers, not only in India, elsewhere in the globe. Even they are least bothering about their lives, right to life, their right to employment, right to education, right to development, whatever the rights guaranteed by the UDHR and ICCPR and ICCR, socio-economical and political rights, all the rights are which are guaranteed to all the citizens of the globe, especially the SC, ST, OBC minorities of India, the blacks of Africa, Afro-Americans and Asians, some of the ethnic minority groups, homeless people and migrant workers, laborers, women, children. So all these, deprived communities or marginal sections, their rights are neglected during this COVID. If you see the International Watch, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, so all the reports they have published in the Google stated that most of the vulnerable victims are the vulnerable sections during the COVID-19. Even if you see the WHO, World Health Organization report, even if you see the UNDP report, especially on this COVID issue, they recently published the report, Human Development Report. They also stressed that UNDP expert clearly mentioned that the most victims are vulnerable groups during the COVID. They lose 64 crores of the laborers are lose their workers are lose their jobs. So lakhs of the people were died during the lockdown, especially in India. The lockdown declared within the 4 hours. 4 hours. There is no precautionary measures are taken by the government of India without giving a time. Most of the countries are given 3 days time at least to travel from one state to other state, interstate migrants. But in India, only they are given only 3 hours time, 3 to 4 hours time, and declare the lockdown, which is unconstitutional. Which due to this lockdown, lot of the people, especially from downtrodden communities, underprivileged sections, are their right to life, their right to assemble, right to work, right to food. Every rights are underprivileged sections are denied in India itself. So that is the reason. It is a high time to discuss and debate these people, because they are consist of 90% of the population of the world. You see, the whole global south countries or third world countries, how 90% of the population are victim because of the global north countries, which are dominating all capital, economy, technology, education, all sectors which are needed for the society is dominated by 10% of the global north countries. Even during the COVID-19, even the global north countries are affected, but in that America, even in Germany, even in Italy, most of the black people or migrant people are affected rather than the local white people or racially dominated people, even during this time. So the capitalists or the so-called rich people are not affected by the COVID-19 because they can purchase everything. Even they can purchase ventilators, they can purchase health, they can purchase insurance, they can purchase doctors. But what about the 90% of the underdeveloped countries and the underprivileged countries and underprivileged people? This is a question before the August gathering to discuss and debate in these 4 hours, 3 hours, and we will come to the some durable solutions to give it to the UN bodies at international level and the WHO and also ILO, International Labour Organization, and also we must give the different rulers of the country, global, even including China, because in China itself also there is a lot of now human rights violation are happening because of even it is a country, a socialist country, but there is no freedom at all in China because of so some of the rumors are there. China is it has not given the information to the whole world. Because of that reason only, the whole more than 3 lakhs of the people who died. Even children, women are died. So most of the vulnerable groups are died because of the lack of information, because of the lack of the preventive measures, because of the lack of the health measures. Even WHO warned the total entire globe, but rulers are neglected the warnings of the WHO, and the rulers are neglected the UN bodies. The rulers are neglected even their own constitutional principles. So this is happening from January to the mid-May. So this is the situation prevails. The most victims are vulnerable groups. So that is the reason. So I request all the experts, especially experts in this subject from India and also from abroad. So they will expose the entire issues related to the COVID-19 and the discrimination, deprivation of the marginal sections, national and international perspectives. Thank you very much, Sir Johnson, sir, for giving this opportunity for welcome address. As a head of the Department of Law. Now,
thank you, Professor Vinod, sir. It has been a pleasure that we have heard from the Global South Forum President, eliciting the need for formation of a big forum, Global South Forum, to address the inequalities. And we have rightly coined the tagline, Beyond Inequalities. So really it's a pleasure that the President is also head of the Department of Law, Usmania University, one of the premier institutions of the world. Now he is heading the Department of Law. Now we call in Professor Dr. C.H. Gopal Reddy, who is the Registrar of Usmania University, to give the inaugural address, please.
Thank you, Johnson Garu. Very happy that an important conference, international conference webinar is being conducted. I compliment, first of all, my colleague, Dr. Vinod, Head Department of Law, for taking initiative in conducting this webinar. As you all know, it's an important aspect, and we have been seeing daily in the newspapers, the TVs, that it is those people who are poor, who are marginalized, who are suffering worst actually because of this COVID. In fact, not only COVID, any kind of problem that will arise and that arose earlier, the sufferers are only those people who are marginalized, who are poor. We know that in America also, I have seen in CNN channel and some other international channels also, the people who are poor people, mostly I have seen, because my children stays at New York. They have been telling me that the Bronx area is there in New York, where most of the black people live actually. The Bronx area, mostly poor people in very, very narrow cluster kind of places they live, and they are the worst sufferers. and the poor, otherwise those who are rich, those who can afford, they are safe. As Vinod said, they can purchase something, they are safely there, but it is the poor people who are sufferers. In India also, we have been seeing that the particularly the migrant laborers, how much suffering they have undergone, and they are undergoing even now. We all know, because no, there are no proper shelter for them, and they lost their daily wages also, no livelihood, and of course some people, some charity kind of thing, one day or 2 day they are giving some rice to them, some food to them, but that is not sufficient for them. Actually, they have to search for the people who who are giving something to them daily. It's daily they have to search for something to actually to feed themselves. This is a worst kind of situation, because we're all human beings, and so much of difference are there in the society, and one set of people are suffering and other set are safely entrenched, because no, this kind of actually division is not good for the society. Ultimately it leads to all sorts of problems in the society, and it is for the educated people like us to think about this and to come out with proper direction to the governments, to other, to the civil societies, as to how to help these people. And of course, my very my senior teacher is there, PLV is there here, PLV Shweshwarao, and also Haragopal sir is there, and other distinguished participants are there in this webinar. I'm sure that this webinar will come out with a kind of a policy direction to the governments as to how to help these people. We know that of course, recently we have seen that the people from migrant laborers particularly, they are going from Chennai to Lucknow by walk. This is highly inhuman. And I have seen recently that a 52 days old child is taken on a scooter by her parents from Chennai to Lucknow. So highly inhuman kind of 52 days old child traveling on the scooter, that too in this midsummer. So this is I think we say that the world is developed. We are technologically highly developed kind of thing. Economically we are developed. We say so many things, but ultimately when our own people are made to suffer like this, I think this development has no meaning. And I'm sure that this webinar will come out with certain policy directions to the governments, to the civil societies, to all other people who can do something to these people. And I compliment particularly my friend, colleague, Dr. Vinu, for taking this initiative and this conducting this webinar. I'm sure that this webinar will be highly successful. And once again, I congratulate Vinod for conducting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gopal Reddy Garu. It's been a pleasure,
Yes.
and it's been a pleasure hearing from the esteemed university, Usmania University, and it is not a easy post as a registrar in this hard times of political turmoil. And it has been a pleasure hearing from you, touching various points of historical in nature, contextual in nature, and on the subject of discrimination, disparity, and the inequalities on the subject webinar. Thank you so much, sir. Really nice of you. Let me introduce Professor Haragopal, who will be the next speaker. I will be making injustice if I introduce you as a civil rights activist, Professor Emeritus, Hyderabad Central University. He is known to many people across the globe because he was in UK, USA, Europe, you name it, we have it on his profile. So, with this short introduction of Professor Haragopal, I would like to bring him on the podium. I would give us a brief developments on the COVID or the marginalization issues. Over to Professor Haragopal, sir.
it is Professor Vinod.
Sir, yeah.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are audible, sir. You're audible.
It is Professor Vinod who gave me this opportunity of interacting with the global community in one sense, because people are drawn from different parts of the world. Now, when we talk of the corona or the COVID-19 and the marginalized sections of the society, I think India is witnessing alarming, developments. Very alarming stories are coming every day. They are very heart-rending stories that we see. Now, the crisis that we are seeing, not only in India, but all over the world, has to be understood in the context of the model of development that the nations have pursued. The very model of development, I would...
Hello? Hello?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now we are audible, sir.
The video got... Hello?
Sir, hello.
Yeah, I think... actually, I would... Yeah. Hello?
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello?
Sir, okay.
Yeah, it's
You're
okay?
audible, sir. Yeah, it's okay, sir.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. Now, we are actually affected by two viruses. One virus is COVID, but other virus is the very nature of development, model of development. In fact, neoliberal model of development, which almost the entire globe is today pursuing, has very serious inherent weaknesses. The model of development, almost post-capitalist, the capitalism at least believes in the rights of the labor, the human rights that the labor of the world enjoyed, labor, and the constitution's rule of law are products of a particular nature of development. But during the last 4 decades, the model, I would say from 1970s, the model shifted from the capitalism to neoliberalism. And neoliberalism, assumes that human beings are driven by selfishness and the market forces are very dynamic and the role of the state has to be marginalized. In the 1990s, World Bank brought a report that the state in the changing world order, where the World Bank very forcefully advocated for a minimalist role for the state. Now, the entire vulnerability of the system is manifest today that if human beings are driven by selfish motives, not self-interest as Adam Smith, then the market forces are accumulating the wealth. There is a tremendous amassing of the wealth. And what Joseph Stiglitz, the Nobel laureate, and Piketty, have been saying that the inequalities in the world are growing. And as a consequence, what has happened is that the conditions of the labor and conditions of the marginalized sections of the society who otherwise were engaging constitution of India is one of the, it resonates that the aspirations of the freedom movement and the rights of the people, Part 4 of Indian Constitution promises certain welfare state and reduction of inequalities and preventing concentration of wealth. This is what the Constitution of India resonates as the part of the aspirations of the people of India. But we shifted the model from the Nehruvian Singh and Narasimha Rao model, and from 1991, we have definitely shifted undoubtedly from the constitutional path of development, from the egalitarian path of development to a model of development which is growth centric. And in the process, that market forces started demanding that everything they will control, everything they will command. And the role of the state is to re-regulate and not to regulate the society. And therefore, the character and nature of the state, not only in India, but all over the world. Friends from the other parts of the world are also parts. Model of development has changed the very role and the very nature of the state. Now, in a crisis of the kind that we have, the COVID type of development, it needs one area. We don't have time to reflect on very other different areas, but one area which has been very hard hit is the public health system. And in the process, what has happened, while on the one hand, the wealth has been amassing, and in India, 1% control 56% of the wealth of the country, and 20% control almost 73% of the wealth of the country. In the process, that the marginalized sections of the people are left on the on such a fulcrum that they literally they are just surviving every day, and we have informalized the labor enormously. From a formalization of labor, from the labor rights, from a situation of where the dignity of labor was always one of the concerns, to a situation where the labor have become completely helpless. And today in India, as Vinod was pointing out, that 90% of the labor are in the informal sector. And once you are informalizing the nature of the labor, we see today these lakhs and crores of the migrant labor who today are affected by the COVID, and suddenly it has made human life insecure, and health systems are completely, impacted in such a manner that health is nobody's responsibility. At least in India, we had some health systems in 1950s, 60s. Once the health has been corporatized, and for rich people, this 20% or this 1% people have access to quality health, but the public health system completely collapsed. And there are no institutions. There is no governmental mechanism at the grassroots level to negotiate with the new situation. And COVID suddenly, impacted us in such a way that it hit all of us very hard. And once it hit us hard, all the vulnerabilities that are inherent in the model of development have their manifestations, and that manifestation we can see very clearly. Now, why the health system, for that matter, it's not only in India that our laboring class is suffering, but look at United States of America, where the health systems are completely private. And they just US is not knowing that already large number of people died, and lakhs of people are affected, but the whole nation looks helpless. And the poorer sections, as Professor Vinod was pointing out, particularly African Americans, are suffering enormously because they have no access to the quality health, they have no access to the health systems. And when it comes to India, it is not only public health system suffered, but the security of the job has, since neoliberalism has removed the security of the job and the rights, the labor are left to themselves. And the employer does not take any responsibility for the laboring class. And this laboring class, as far as India is concerned, is from the marginalized sections of the society, particularly scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other backward classes. The upper caste, upper strata of the society is okay, is one section of the society. But the large section of the laboring class come from the most marginalized section. And this particular class, which has moved from the rural areas to the urban, and in search of a better employment, today you find that they find that their village life with all vulnerabilities is much better than an urban life, because the employer has abandoned his responsibility. And the state just doesn't know, because state doesn't have any mechanism. The state in India doesn't know. The Prime Minister addresses the nation 3 times. Now, every time when he addresses the nation, he tells the society what it should do. He tells the citizen what he should do or she should do. But the government does not tell what it will do. And government, till now, they are not talking the health systems in proper order. 20 lakh crores, that is to 200 million rupees, that in the name of liquidity, they didn't talk of health. Even now, we are not willing to put health systems at the grassroots level. And this laboring class, who are neither taken care of, now the transport, for example, the entire communication and transport system, the railways are partly privatized. Now there is no water in the train. There is absolutely no food, because food catering has been privatized. Now the health and the railways have become so inefficient that it was one of the best organized system, but the railways have become so they are not able to ferry the migrant labor back home. and you have not provided any transport, and with the result, the labor. I mean, one really start wondering either it's the courage or determination or the way they have faith in their own capacity that they have chosen the path of walking back to the villages. It's unbelievable. Hundreds of kilometers they are walking, and the deaths are happening. They are walking with the children, and this enormous suffering is for what? And who is responsible for this suffering? And I would say, therefore, that the state is guilty of complete negligence of the marginalized. And the model of development, which market in its all proud, arrogance, has been saying that we are the people who will take care of, the market will take care of all developments and all that. That market today looks to the state and saying, please give us money, take care of us, go for more liquidity. Then support all the sectors, including the rich people, the industrialists, everybody is asking the state. But then neither the state is able to take care of the labor, not take care of the transport, not take care of the food of the laboring class, and the laboring class, not the conditions of the laboring class, which are an offshoot, which is the fallout of a neoliberal model of development, is now manifest in such a sharp manner that today we find that this model, perhaps in a crisis, just does not work. One thing that the COVID has taught us is that if you are faced with a crisis, the state, which is with all said and done, symbolizes the collective and collective good or collective welfare. When it collapses, when it crumbles, market is completely hands up, and then it washes off its hands, advising everybody to wash hands very frequently, but it does not take the responsibility. Now, therefore, I think it is the time that, since we are a global, seminar, it's a time that we revisit the model of development. And we have to go back to the welfareism, to the equitable, egalitarian concept, better distribution of the wealth, what the Constitution of India talks in Article 39 and 38, the way we talk. So we have to talk of the reducing inequalities, number one. And not informalization of labor, but formalization of labor, and should come back to the trade unions, and very powerful trade unions should come back, collective bargaining, organizing the labor, and putting the welfare system, particularly public health and education system, in the place. And we have to now, the world, the humanity is left with no option except organizing itself in a collective manner. But as far as the marginalized sections of the societies are concerned, unless the wealth of the society is redistributed, we talk of distribution of the resources and distribution of the wealth in a more equitable manner, there is no way marginalized sections of the society can recover their dignity, their self-respect, their security, and the meaning to their life. They are the producers of the wealth. Let us accept that the marginalized sections of the society are producers of the wealth. Now you can see how the construction industry, how the major industries are going on saying that if the labor go to the villages, what will happen? If the normal situation comes, now you realize that who is the real producer of the wealth? Now the construction industry understand that all these big buildings which they are coming up are coming from the migrant labor. But that laboring class we have neglected so much, and you have never taken care of them. When they have been constructing the houses, is it not their responsibility to take care of them? When there is a crisis, should they not tell them that please stay back, we'll give food, shelter, and take care of your health? Is it not the responsibility of the employer to have some moral responsibility toward the labor? No. They have abdicated their moral responsibility. State, which is in a shambles, state which was better organized, today has no machinery mechanism, no public health system. In the process, I think one lesson we have to draw, market in a crisis cannot take care of the marginalized section. Two, the neoliberal model of development, which encourages amassing of the wealth and the mobilization of the centralization of the wealth. I think, as Stiglitz said, is 1:99. 1% of the world, rich, super rich, have the wealth of the world, and 99% are they receiving it. That's marginalized sections constitute that part of the story. And I think it is the time that the world reflects on the fundamentals, not only attending to the immediate crisis, Professor Gopal Reddy was saying give the policy suggestion. Policy suggestions are that what about the public health system? We have to come back to the very robust public health systems. We have to come back to the redistribution of the wealth. We have to come back to the constitutional vision of development and constitutional vision of an egalitarian society. We have to come back that the marginalized sections of the society are producers of the wealth, and if you do not take care of them, we are sitting on a volcano. We are sitting literally on a volcano. The people, the way they are becoming angry, the migrant laborers, the different places started, asking very fundamental questions. And if the people of India ask such fundamental questions, I think we are at the brink of either a social transformation or some sort of an authoritarian regime in order to control these people. Whether we move towards better democracy, more participative democracy, more caring democracy, more sensitive democracy, I think are the questions that not only India is facing, the entire world is facing. Maybe we have to discuss on some of these major fundamental issues, apart from the day-to-day problems that we are facing, the crisis that we are seeing, the tragedy, human tragedy and trauma that we are passing through is making us sleep, have the sleepless nights. Any sensitive human being, because the world got dehumanized. Neoliberalism dehumanized the world. And therefore, I am only happy that the middle classes of India are gradually becoming sensitive. The sensitivity which was lost during the last 3-4 days, gradually now they started feeling for the laboring class, feeling for the marginalized section, now started responding. So hopefully this sensitivity that the middle classes are, recovering in the face of the crisis will be the positive asset. And once certain normalcy comes back, we'll go back to certain fundamentals and a model of development which will take care of the marginalized sections. Otherwise, marginalized sections have to organize, have to assert, have to articulate their aspirations, and have to generate their own counterpower in order to alter the model of development. I stop here, and then maybe we will see that how other friends react. I thank Vinod once again for giving me this opportunity of reflecting on some of these issues.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very elicited comments. You have quoted the Constitution, Article 39. You have put a question on democracy where equality has no meaning. And you also talked about self-respect and the builders of this nation, the migrant workers, producers of wealth, when they are not touch-based, when they are not taken into consideration, really a matter of question to be resolved soon after the meeting. We would come up. I want to give a heads up to all the participants and the panel speakers, expert on the panels and the speakers. Please prepare a mindset which forms into resolutions so that we can take it up to the ultimate Supreme Court and the government, where they can hear us after being resolved, after being come to a consensus that very question of Constitution and its rights embedded to take care of its own citizens. Now I introduce Professor P.L. Thank you once again, sir. Professor Hargopal, sir.
Now, thank you, sir, for coordinating this whole program.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome, sir. You are honored and you are a distinguished, esteemed guest, sir. You are always welcome. Thank you so much, sir. Now I introduce Professor P.L. Vishesha Rao, Head of the Department of Mass Communication. He is the Vice President for Telangana Jana Samati. He is also a judicial activist and a social activist who filed several public interest litigations, and recent one being PIL on the issue of COVID-19 tests against the state of Telangana. With the short, brief introduction, Professor P.L. Vishesha Rao is requested to give his valuable notes so that people are aware of the discrimination, disparity, oppression, marginalization in this COVID times, please. Over to Professor P.L. Vishesharao.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy the Law Department of Osmania University is organizing this World Webinar. Well, I have been participating in several webinars, but the focus of this webinar is much more significant. Because when we are talking about any kind of a pandemic, any kind of a calamity, particularly if we are talking in the context of COVID-19, the impact on social and economic life of people all over the world, particularly in a country like India. Who are the people who have been suffering? As we have been talking for the last 45 minutes. And what kind of inequality it has brought about? There has been social inequality, economic inequality. It is the poorest of the poor who have been suffering. And when we are talking about 90% of the workforce, Professor Hargopal was talking about labor, and Professor Vinod was also discussing about 90% of the workforce in this country, in the informal sector, unorganized sector, inorganized sector. 35% of the workers in this country are daily wage earners. And all of them come from very vulnerable groups. All of them come from very difficult social groups. So when you talk in that kind of a context, with this kind of a social and economic equality which is there, very stringent lockdown has been imposed in this country. Nowhere in the world such a stringent lockdown was imposed. We were just given 4 hours time, and then in the process, we have seen that crores and crores of migrant labor which have been going. In fact, I've been calling them as walking labor, because historically in this country we have social equality and economic inequality. I would like to say, when we look at this, when the first nationwide lockdown was announced, the poor came out, and they were the first time. Earlier they were not visible at all in this country. They are invisible people. They did so because they had suddenly become homeless, they have become shelterless, they have become penniless. They did not have any kind of a support system. I think it's also important for me to highlight the central government role in the entire exercise needed to be much more proactive. The government did not have any kind of an empathy, any kind of a concern dealing with it. When the migrant labor wanted to go, there was a debate going on in this country, who should be funding them? Is the central government going to be funding, or the state government going to be funding? Look at that kind of an attitude is there when they could get the elite or the rich people from all over the world in a flight, and they can be given an opportunity to have a quarantine in a 5-star hotel or any other kind of a hotel. But the people did not have any kind of a facility of this. So I would like to quote, this is what I would like to say: the announcement of lockdown gave millions of people no time to get prepared. Millions of people did not have any kind of a time to get prepared. So this is what I would like to say, that the scale of humanitarian tragedy associated with the lockdown is fully not known. We are thinking, many of them are saying, the kind of a humanitarian crisis India is going to be having is not known. There are going to be massive suicides in India. There are going to be food riots in India. There are going to be hunger deaths in India. There's going to be enormous social and economic conflict in this country. Governments have not yet realized. But whatever little is known, it does point to the enormous humanitarian crisis that is going to be looming ahead in India. The other countries perhaps can manage, but India, with about 130 crore population, is going to be having enormous challenge. There is real worry. There are going to be starvation deaths in the coming months. The government, even after 2 months, have not evolved any kind of a policy. There are going to be suicide. There are going to be deaths from the pre-existing conditions already which is there. Pre-existing conditions, 30% of the people already are below the poverty line. 35% of the people in this country are homeless. Look at the kind of a language the government has been using. Stay at home, when 30% of these people in this country do not have home. Look at the kind of a language they have been using. Social distancing. How, in a country where, 40 to 50% of the people live in slums, what kind of a social distancing they can have? So the country is staring at a much greater disaster in the coming months. We're going to have a greater disaster in the coming months of the economic impact of the COVID-19, seeps down every segment of society. The most vulnerable being the poor, the marginalized. They will pay very high price in terms of death. They will pay very, very high price in terms of death, distress, and suffering. So I would also like to look at it from the context of the constitution of this country, both at the state and the central government, are enjoined by the constitution, I'm quoting, to take care of the welfare of all citizens, providing them with adequate means of livelihood, to raise the nutrition levels and the standards of living. The constitution does make the right food a guaranteed fundamental right, which is enforced by the virtue of the constitution remedy provided under Article 32 of the constitution. There's something called right to food. There's something called right to livelihood. And then, this government, for 20 crore migrant labor, there was no right to life. There was no right to livelihood. They were not even given, there was not even facility for them to have, drinking water. The National Human Rights Commission, I've already moved the National Human Rights Commission. I had, my presentation to the National Human Rights Commission today. This is what I said in my petition. The National Human Rights Commission has additionally taken the view that there is a fundamental right to be free from hunger, and the starvation constitutes a gross denial and violation of the right. When you deny, this is a gross denial and violation of the right. Food is a basic human requirement which everyone needs to survive. But this government was talking about. Till today, they do not talk about universalization of public distribution system. Our godowns are full, completely full. There's plenty of food in our godown, but the government of India does not talk about how we should go about providing food for the marginalized section. So the right to food is often called the most basic human right that has been universally accepted as such. The realization of all of the rights depends upon the right to food. The realization of all the rights depends upon the right to food. The right to food finds a place of importance in the constitution of this country. But then, the constitution of this country has been given a go by. So when you look at, because we are talking about, how we should go about formulating, I'm one of those people who believe that universalization of public distribution system should be brought about. Second, I think Professor Hargopal rightly mentioned, as a policy, we need to strengthen public health management as a healthcare is as essential as food, and it is a fundamental human right as enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Not only right to food, right to health. And what is that? We are investing all over the country. Now we have realized the entire public health system in this country is completely collapsed. We are not even investing in 1% in our public health system. So in that kind of a context, it is necessary. What are governments? Governments are elected by us, unfortunately, not accountable to anyone, not accountable to the people of this country. Therefore, we need to take responsibility of making the governments accountable. Professor Hadgopal very rightly said, state is accountable to the people. What has been the role of the state in the entire COVID pandemic? Okay, the governments are run by humans. They may have their own agendas and priorities, but they make sure the government works for the poor people, And then that is where it is responsible. The government has to take care of the privileged, vulnerable, and the deprived sections. So in terms of that, I have some policy suggestions to make. Why are we not creating a ministry for migrant labor in this country? The government did not even know that there was such migrant labor in India. Someone who looked at 2011 census will indicate they knew that many of them were not staying in their houses. They should have had some kind of an idea, some kind of an inkling that such a massive 20 crore migrant labor should be there. So one of my recommendations is immediately the central government and state government should create Ministry of Migrant Labor and the departments of migrant labor at the state level also. The other important thing is we need to rebuild economy, particularly rural economy, particularly medium and small scale industries. 90% of the medium and small scale industries in this country are owned by the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and backward classes, not the big industry. Big industry is not owned by these marginalized sections. And 95% of them are completely collapsed now. In the packages which has been given by the government of India, 20 lakh crores, does not talk about investing in people, does not talk about putting money into the people. The migrant labor of this country are not going to be coming back if we do not give them 10,000 rupees to come back. They've lost hope. They've completely shattered. They've lost confidence in any government. They've lost confidence in the people who have been trying to head them. So we need to build up a rural economy. Even now, today, we're not talking about any kind of a migration plan. Is there a migration plan? Central government has been talking about a package after package. for the last so many days. The Prime Minister addressed several times. The Finance Minister is talking about what about the migration plan? How are we going to be distributing, decentralizing this public distribution system? For the next 3 months, the public distribution should be strengthened, and everyone, irrespective of they have a white card, no card, they should be given food. And then, as long as we're not going to be strengthening this, the medium and small scale industries, because the marginalized sections have suffered in this country. Is anyone talking about shelterless people, orphan, beggars, destitute, nomadic tribes, semi-nomadic tribes? 10% of India's population are semi-nomadic tribes. We do not know where they live. Do they have a card? Do they have an Aadhaar card? They're not talking about it, but they're talking about bringing about a major labor reform in India. It's a disaster for this country if we're going to be having that kind of a labor reform. They're already talking about giving 12-hour work schedule. And then several organizations are already approaching International Labour Organization. Lastly, I would like to say the way I think the Supreme Court of this country looked at it is very, very sad. For one of the major institutions of this country, Supreme Court, when the migrant labor issue was referred to them, they were not even willing to take it up. Now, for the last 24 hours, the scenario is slightly different. They have taken sumo to action. The Supreme Court, said, well, if they want to walk, let them walk. If they're on the track, what can we go about doing it? The government is doing that kind of insensitivity, that kind of a dehumanized approach of one of the major institutions of this country is a reflection the way we are functioning. So it is very, very important that we need to have plans for shelterless people, orphan children, women, girls, destitute. No one is talking about beggars in this country. They have a right to life. They also have right to food. So it is very, very important that in terms of policy formulation, we have to have a relook at. As long as we do not have a relook at this, the 90% of the marginalized sections in this country, and I'm sure we will face a bigger disaster. We are only talking today so that we can avoid bigger disaster like more suicides, more deaths, more hunger deaths, avoid food riots in this country. Government is only talking about how to revive industry, how to revive business, how to revive trade and commerce. But in their framework, people are not there. In their framework, the marginalized sections are not there. In their framework, the medium and small scale industries are not there. Those kind of policies have got to be evolved so that India will not face bigger disaster than already there. As I've said, I've started off my discussion saying we are a 130 crore population. Europe and other countries do not have that kind of a population. We are a poor country. Poor people suffer. It is the poor people who are dying. In America, it is the blacks who are dying. In America, it is the Asian immigrants who are dying. In India, it's the poorest of the poor who are dying of COVID because their immunity strengths are rather low. And it is the responsibility of the state. Why have a state then? The kind of a policies which the government is formulating, we will only take people to one hospital, two hospitals. No. It is when you have a massive pandemic of this nature, when you have a massive health crisis of this nature, when you have a massive humanitarian crisis of this nature, it is the responsibility of the state to take care of the poorest of the poor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent, sir. Beyond words of appreciation, Professor P.L. Visweshwar Rao garu. It's a pleasure. You are not only a communication expert, but looks like you are a human rights activist, sir. You have talked very much in favor of the migrant workers. You have quoted about the social distancing in the context of slum dwellers. It's very unfortunate and pathetic that Article 32, Article 21, several articles which are embedding rights to a common citizen, and that common citizen is never defined. when it comes to nomadic tribes, people of color, people of marginalized oppression. Several people you have covered, and lot of statistics is with you. No wonder you have filed the public interest litigation. We really appreciate your insights, and we thank you for the great extempore speech as well as well prepared statistics, which has really sensitized all the participants as well as the key experts on the panel and your colleagues and peers, not only seniors and juniors, but you have been a role model for enlightening, enriching, and empowering, sir. Thank you so much. Now, over to Professor S.B. Dwarkanath. He is the head of the Department of Law, Professor of International Law. So let me introduce Professor S.B. Dwarkanath, sir. Now he would be talking about the concerns. So briefly, he is a law graduate from same university, Usmania University. He has completed his LLM and he specialized in international law. Maybe I should use the word from KG to PG is a Usmania product. So
Okay.
he has really contributed to the Department of Law. And to cut short his introduction, you can really appreciate his varied memberships and various organizations, national and international level. He has been a visiting professor to Seoul, South Korea, and he is chairperson of the Board of Studies Law and presently head of the Department of Law, Usmania University. And with this brief introduction, over to Professor Dwarakanath. Thank you so much, sir. You can unmute yourself. Yeah, you are on the air, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson, for the nice introduction.
Thank you.
And my due respects to all the esteemed speakers of this conference or webinar, international webinar. When Vinod called me day before yesterday and told me that I am one of the speakers in this international webinar, and I'm supposed to speak on international perspectives of the protection of the vulnerable groups, that includes the migrants also. So I did readily agree to speak, and here I am before my system. Now, speaking about migrant laborers and the other vulnerable groups or marginalized sections of the society, the protection that is provided to these marginalized people, or rather the lack of it, has been completely exposed by COVID-19. The lack of protection was always there. These people were never protected anytime. But COVID-19 has brought the stark reality before the public. And this is where we as humans should feel ashamed that our own brethren, they are also humans, are suffering so much, and we are mute spectators to such a scenario. There are a lot of labor legislations in India which speak of protection to the laborers. But unfortunately, these vulnerable groups or the migrant laborers fall under the unorganized sector. And the labor legislations speak very little of the protection that should be given to these people in the unorganized sector. Now, during the past 2 months, they have all been seeing videos on WhatsApp where the migrant laborers are migrating from the places where they have been working to their home states. While some states have provided transport to them, some other states have failed to provide transport to them, and therefore they had to travel on their own. So we have seen videos where one man was dragging his wife and a child on a makeshift sledge and dragging the sledge for hundreds of miles. And then the tragedy that happened near Jalna, where migrant laborers, after walking hundreds of kilometers, were tired and they slept on the tracks and were run over by a goods train. And then a girl with her sick father sitting on the carrier of the bicycle had to cycle 400 kilometers from Delhi to Kanpur only to get him treated. Now, these are some of the instances that have been brought to us. We are now aware as to how these migrants are suffering. Now, it is not prudent to say that the Supreme Court, when it made a comment, they cannot really hold the Supreme Court saying that it is insensitive and things like that, as pointed out by Professor Vishweshwar Rao, because the main objective and the purpose for which the highest court, the Supreme Court, which is a constitutional court, is established for the purpose of settling disputes which involve questions of constitutional validity. So the Supreme Court cannot be, or rather, it should not be concerned with these issues because these are all matters that need to be taken care of and resolved by the government and not the Supreme Court. So we should not depend on the Supreme Court for every issue, a problem that arises in the society. No doubt, the Supreme Court is empowered with the power of judicial activism where it has the power. But then there are so many problems in our country that the Supreme Court itself with all these problems. There are various other institutions, agencies which need to take care of these issues. And unless they do it, nothing is going to happen in this country. And we cannot keep on blaming the Supreme Court for it. And now, as a professor of international law, I would like to speak on some of the international perspectives of protection that is being provided by the United Nations Organization and some of the regional organizations that have been established, which have been signed by the states in the international community. Now, coming to the international scenario, human rights has been a big issue from the time the United Nations Organization was established in 1945. And certain articles of the United Nations Charter have been devoted to human rights, mainly because of the atrocities that have been committed by Adolf Hitler against the Jews during the Second World War. Then the United Nations Organization has been always concerned with the violation of human rights in the world, and therefore it established a Human Rights Council, and this Human Rights Council was given certain tasks, that is to urge the states not to violate the human rights of their citizens. And then it has a mechanism whereby it gathers information of human rights violations in the world, that is across the world in different countries. And then it tries to pass resolutions and it also supervises the whole world. And wherever, whenever any incident of a violation of a human right is brought to the notice of council, the council starts its mechanism of rectifying these violations of human rights. And we have seen so many instances of violation of human rights in Rwanda, in Darfur, that is Sudan, and then in Yugoslavia, Bosnia. And the UN has always been active in taking care of providing protection to the human rights. But when we specifically speak of the marginalized people, a particular committee has been established by the Human Rights Council. This committee is known as the Committee on Social, Economic, Cultural Rights. And these rights, the social rights, the economic and cultural rights of the marginalized sections are taken care of by this committee, which has been established by the Human Rights Council. Now, this committee, from the time of its establishment, has been taking care of providing protection to these marginalized people. And there is, in fact, a list prepared by the Icelandic Human Rights Center, which identifies 13 groups in need of special protection. And they are deemed to be the vulnerable groups or marginalized groups. Firstly, we have women and girls. Secondly, children. Thirdly, refugees. Then internally displaced persons, stateless persons, national minorities, indigenous people, migrant workers, disabled persons, elderly persons, then HIV positive persons and AIDS victims. Now, these are all the list of marginalized people that have been included in the list prepared by the Icelandic Human Rights Center. Now, coming to the protection of these marginalized people, the United Nations organization, as I mentioned earlier, has established a mechanism, and particularly with regard to the health concerns of these people, the WHO, the World Health Organization, which is a specialized agency of the United Nations organization established by the General Assembly to take care of health concerns and also to control epidemics if they occur in any part of the world. We did see instances of MERS in the Middle East, and then SARS, and now COVID, and Ebola in the African continent. During all these instances, the WHO has played a major role by supplying the necessary medical equipment, the necessary medicines to those countries which have been affected by these epidemics. But these epidemics were confined to certain parts of the world. They were not universal. But this COVID-19 has affected a large number of countries in all parts of the world. So this is where the problem crops up. Even the WHO, with all its finance, with all its mechanisms in place, is unable to control the epidemic. Now, even a country as powerful as the United States of America, with all the best medical equipment and its grasp, is unable to stop the deaths of the Americans in that country. That is the diabolic effect of this COVID-19 virus. It is a kind of a zoonotic virus which can easily transfer itself from an animal to a human and make a human as its host. And then it multiplies very fast and then affects. So, one major mistake that was committed by the World Health Organization was when China realized that this COVID-19 or the coronavirus, which originated from Wuhan, the wet markets of Wuhan, it realized that it is going to be a huge issue for the world and requested the Director General of WHO not to disclose to the world of this fact for a week. And this 1 week proved to be a major factor for several nations being affected. Because if the countries had been alerted 1 week before, probably so many deaths would not have occurred because they would have taken all precautions. So that is a major blunder committed by the World Health Organization as far as the protection that is provided to COVID-19 is thought of. And as far as the migrant laborers and other vulnerable groups are concerned, we have the International Labour Organization, which is another international institution established by the General Assembly of the United Nations. Now, the International Labour Organization has urged large number of countries in the world to sign a series of conventions. And these conventions have been put together constituting an international labor code. And the conventions deal with different rights
Screenshot,
of the labor of the world. And even migrant laborers are dealt with under the conventions of the International Labor Code. And therefore, there is definitely a kind of a protection mechanism on the international front as far as the vulnerable groups are concerned. But the only problem is the enforcement of these rights within the territories of the states. No doubt, the ILC conventions are given the status of jus cogens, that is, they are peremptory norms of general international law, which no state can afford to violate. But despite the status of the ILC, states in the world do violate the provisions of the ILC. And this is where the nations again have to come together, renegotiate the provisions of the ILC and make sure that the provisions of the ILC are implemented and enforced within the territories of the states. Now, as far as India is concerned, we need a lot of labor reforms, which have been suggested by Professor Hargopal sir and also Professor Vishweshwar Rao sir. So, labor reforms which are labor friendly and which are consistent with the protection of the labor, and they should not be against the labor. So these are my suggestions, and I once again thank Professor Vinod Kumar for giving me this opportunity of putting forward my views and international perspectives before you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Dwarakanath, sir. It's been a pleasure. It's wonderful that you have touched base several issues, national as well as international. And really nice of you to touch base upon labor legislations in India, which are at stake when it comes to migrant laborers, the unorganized sector, the legislations of this country, where they are not at all applicable, in fact. So little they have hope in the constitution now. Very sad and pathetic situation over the current political as well as humanitarian aspect. And you brought WHO into picture, where you have touch based upon special citizens, migrant laborers, elderly ladies, women, girls, children, and internally displaced persons, stateless, and really all those categories are unknown to most of us, which from the international perspectives you have touched base, and back to applicabilities of human rights laws and national and international laws, citing Rwanda, South Sudan, Bosnia, and really your touch base where genocides happened and pathetic situations of the human life as such, your touch base, wherein your social, economic, and cultural rights were totally marginalized. Thank you so much for that great, insightful lecture, sir. We look forward to more of this in the coming webinars. Now I hand over the mic to Ripuranjan Sinha. He is a great, eminent personality. He is also from the Computer Society of India, Jaipur. He is the chairman and the president of the Computer Science Society of India body. And in the context, when it comes to socio-economics, United Nations, he is none other than the Director General, and he has got a reputation of holding several webinars like this, and he is a professor and promoter of information technology, communication technology. He is the founder member of International Association of Sports and ICT, Innovation Society, Council of Sustainable Peace and Development. As I already mentioned, he is the Director General of the Council. So, Professor Sinha caters to social awareness, program in innovation and peace, sustainable development under the UNDP 2030 agenda, public welfare programs promotion, and he is also an angel investor for investment in the startup projects. So, a lot of huge profile is there. I would be doing injustice to other speakers if I narrate all his lengthy profile, but in his speech itself, he will reveal himself. Over to Professor Ripuranjan Sinha. He has got a slide. I would like to project it. If not, he can also share his screen. Sir, I would suggest you to share your screen so that every participant on the other side can view it, sir. Over to Professor Ripuranjan Sinha. Sir, you are on the air.
Kindly unmute me. You have disable my screen. No problem. You disable my screen. I am unable to share this, but no problem.
Sir, you are open, unmuted.
Yeah, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Morning. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor G. Harigopal, sir, Professor Emeritus, University of Hyderabad, and renowned civil rights activities. Definitely, discussion about the human rights and their emphasis on the rights and human. Definitely, human is different way, rights is the different way. All are need to conjugate each other. So, more concern about the Professor G. Hargopal regarding health systems, public security system, laboring class system, backward state classes, marginal class, urban rights systems, around 200 crore liquidity system by the government of India, but more concern about who will take care to whom. This is a very big, whether this will take care by the government, whether this take care by the civil society, whether this take care by the business people or entrepreneurs. So definitely it is a long lasting discussion. So I'm not going to discuss here. Professor Gali Binod Kumar, Head of Department of Law, Osmania, regarding their marvelous introductions. Dr. Louis George, Prime Minister, State of Africa, Queen Dambrikanyan Fund, and Executive Director of Iliki Hope Foundation, USA. It's the next yes. Dr. Hari Ifleli, Vice President, Financial Policy Council, New Jersey, and Dr. Muhammad Abdul Najib, International Peace Ambassador, New York, USA. My beloved friends, Dr. Abdul Dewale Muhammad, Founder President, Africa Asia Scholars Global Network, United Kingdom, is also there. Thanks for the coming and thanks for the participants. And Dr. Graciason B. Oasis, Board of Management Members, Federation of International Terrain and Speakers. My profound thanks to Dr. Jekar to provide and support to such marvelous platform of international webinar on the discriminations and deprivations of marginal sections during COVID-19 global perspectives. Coronavirus or COVID has given us the platform to know our potential, and also it's not the time to rethink and realize how we treated our mother nature and near and dear ones. As an Indian, I am very proud to see that at this time of global pandemic, we all become one and together. We are fighting as one, family India, family world, to defeat COVID-19. It's really remarkable. I salute for the same. Social distancing, adoption of proper sanitation and soaps, using masks at the public places, and respecting the guidelines of lockdown. Explained by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and also guideline given by Director General of World Health Organization, Mr. Tedros Adhanom, are some key principles to keep ourselves safe. It is very sad to hear the confirmed case of COVID-19 worldwide is about 4.46 million, out of which 1.68 million recovered. But unfortunately, we witnessed the death from the coronavirus is 3.11 million. It is great loss of human humanities in 21st century. Indeed, great loss of human resource which can never be recovered. In relations with the same, I am emphasizing on the social stigma associated with COVID-19 for all government media and local organizations working in the coronavirus COVID-19. So, social stigma in the context of health is the negative association between a person or group of people who share certain characteristics and a specific disease. In outbreak, this may mean people are labeled, stereotyped, discriminated against, treated separately, and or experience loss of status because of previous link with the disease. Such treatment can negatively affect those with the disease as well as their caregivers, family, friends, and community. People who don't have a disease but share with other characteristics with this group may also suffer from stigma. The current COVID-19 outbreak has provoked social stigma and discriminatory behavior against people of certain ethnic background, as well as any perceived to have been in contact with the virus. Why COVID-19 causing so much stigma? The level of stigma associated with COVID-19 is based on three main factors. It is a disease that new and for which there are still many unknown. We are often afraid of unknown, and third, it is easy to associate with fear with others. It is understandable that there is confusion, anxiety, and fear among the public. Unfortunately, these factors are also fueling harmful stereotypes. What is the impact? Stigma can undermine social cohesion and prompt possible social isolation of groups, which might contribute to a situation where the virus is more, not less, likely to spread. This can result in more severe health problems and difficulty controlling a disease outbreak. Stigma can drive people to hide the illness, to avoid discrimination, prevent people from seeking health care immediately, discourage them from the adopting healthy behavior. How to address social stigma? Evidence clearly show that stigma and fear around communicable disease hamper the response. What works is the building trust in the reliable health service and advice, showing empathy with those affected, understanding the disease itself, and adopting effective practical measures so people can help keep themselves and their loved ones safe. How we communicate about COVID-19 is critical in supporting people to take effective action to help combat the disease and to avoid feeling fear and stigma. An environment need to be created in which the disease and its impact can be discussed and addressed openly, honestly, and effectively. Here are some tips on how to address and avoid compounding social stigma. Number one, words matter. Do and don't when talking with the new coronavirus. Do your part. Simple idea to drive stigma away. Communicating tips and message. So what matters when talking about the coronavirus disease? Certain words like the suspect, case, isolation, and language may be or may have a negative meaning for the people and fuel stigmatizing attitude. They can perpetuate existing negative stereotypes or assumptions, strengthen false association between the disease and other factors, create widespread fear, or diminish those who have a disease. That this can drive people away from getting screened, tested, and quarantined. We recommend a people first language that respect the empower people in all communication channels, including the media. Words used in the media are especially important because this will shape the popular language and communication on the new coronavirus. Negative reporting has the potential to influence how people suspected to have the new coronavirus patient and their family and affected community are perceived and treated. There are many concerned examples on how the use of inclusive language and less stigmatizing terminologies can help to control negative reporting has the potential to influence how people suspect to have a new coronavirus, patient and their family and affected communities that are prevalent around treated. There are many concrete examples of how use of an inclusive language and less systematic technology can help in the control epidemic and pandemic from the HIV, TB, H1N1 and flu 2. So do and don't. Some do and don't on language when talking about the new coronavirus disease, COVID-19. Do talk about with the new coronavirus disease, don't attach location or ethnically to the disease. This is not a Wuhan virus, Chinese virus or Asian virus. The official name for this disease was deliberately chosen to avoid stigmatization. The CO stand for the corona, VI stand for virus. CO stand for the corona, VI stand for virus, and D stand for the disease. That is COVID. CO stand for the corona, VI stand for virus, D for the disease. That is COVID-19 is the because disease emerged in the 2019. Do talk about the people who have had a COVID-19. People who are being treated for the COVID-19, people who are recovered from the COVID-19, or people who died after contracting COVID-19. Don't refer to people with the disease as a COVID-19 case or victim. Do talk about the people who may have a COVID-19 or people who are presumptive for the COVID-19. Don't talk about the COVID-19 suspect or suspected case. Do talk about people acquiring or contracting COVID-19. Don't talk about people transmitting. COVID-19 infecting others or spreading the virus as it implies international transmission or intentional transmission and assign blames. Using criminalizing or dishumanizing terminology create the impressions that those with the disease have somehow done something wrong or are less human than rest of us. Feeding stigma, undermining empathy, and potentially feeling wider reluctance to seek treatment or attend screening, testing, and quarantine. Do speak accurately about the risk from the COVID-19. Based on the scientific data and latest official health advice, don't repeat or share unconfirmed rumor and avoid using hyperbolic language designed to generate fear like plague, apocalypse. Do talk positively and emphasize the effectiveness of the prevention and treatment measures. For most people, this is the disease they can overcome. There are simple steps we can all take to keep ourselves, our loved ones, and most vulnerable safe. Do emphasis on the dwell on the negative or message of threat. We need to work together to help keep those who are the most vulnerable safe. Do emphasizes the effectiveness of adopting protective measures to prevent acquiring the new coronavirus as well as early screening testings and treatments. Do your part. Governments, citizens, media, key influencers, and community have an important role to play in preventing, stopping stigma surrounding people from China and Asia in general. What is going on in India? That is totally different. We all need to be intentional and thoughtful when communicating on social media and other communication platforms, showing supportive behavior around the new coronavirus disease, COVID-19. Here are some examples and tips on possible actions to counter stigmatizing attitude. Spreading the fact stigma can be heightened by insufficient knowledge about how the new coronavirus disease is transmitted and treated, and how to prevent infection. In response, prioritize the collection, consolidation, and dissemination of accurate country and community-specific information about the affected area, individuals, and group vulnerability of COVID-19. Treatment often the where to access health care and information. Use simple language and avoid clinical terms. Social media is useful for reaching a large number of people with health information relatively low cost. Engaging social influencers for such as religious leaders on promoting reflection about the people who are stigmatizing and how to support them or respect celebrity to amplify message that reduce stigma. The information should be well targeted and the celebrities who are asked to communicate this information must be personally engaged and geographically and culturally appropriate to the audience they seek to influence. An example would be mayor or another key influencer going live on the social media and shaking hand on the leader of the Chinese community. Amplify on the voice, stories, and image of local people who have experienced the new coronavirus, COVID-19, and have recovered or who have supported a load on through recovery to emphasize that most people do recover from COVID-19. Also, implementing a hero campaign honoring caretakers and healthcare workers who may be stigmatized. Community volunteers also play a very great role in reducing stigma in a community. Making sure you portray different ethnic groups, all materials should show diverse communities being impacted and working together to prevent spread of COVID-19. Ensure that typecast, symbols, format are natural and don't suggest any particular group. Ethical journalism, journalist reporting, which overly focus on the individual behavior and patients. Responsibility for having and spreading COVID-19 can increase stigma of people who may have the disease. Some media outlets have, for example, focusing on speculating on the source of COVID-19, trying to identify patient zero in each country. Emphasize effort to find a vaccine and treatment can increase fear and guilt. The impression that we are powerless to halt infection now, instead promote content around basic infection prevention practice, symptom of COVID-19, and when to seek health care. Link up. There are a number of initiatives to address stigma and stereotype. It is key to link up these activities to create a movement and a positive environment that shows care and empathy for all. Communication tips and message. An infodemic of misinformation and rumor is spreading more quickly than the current outbreak of the new coronavirus. What the result happened across the India with the marginal section? This is the result of infodemic thing. This contribute to negative effect include stigmatization and discrimination of people from area affected by outbreak. We need collectively solidarity and clear, actionable information to support community and people affected by this one outbreak. Misconception, rumor, and misinformation are contributing to stigma and discrimination which hamper response effect. Correct misconception at the same time as acknowledging that people feeling and subsequent behavior are very real, even if the underlying assumptions is false. Promoting the importance of the prevention, life-saving actions, early screening and treatment, collective solidarity, and global cooperation are needed to prevent further transmission and alleviate the concern of the community. Share sympathetic narrative or a story that humanize the experience and struggle of individuals or groups affected by new coronavirus. Communicate, support, and encourage for those who are on the frontier of the response to the outbreak. Healthcare worker, volunteer, community leader, etc. Fact, not fear, will stop the spread of novel coronavirus COVID-19. Share fact with accurate information about disease. Challenge, myth, and stereotype. Choose word carefully. The way we communicate can affect the attitude of others. See, don't, and do above. What should be discussed there? Now, questions is that These are the complete stigma in relation with the same. Earlier speaker already discussed regarding the stigma problem regarding the COVID-19. He come from the Wuhan and like that. This is a totally different thing. But one more concern is that I observed that the Professor G. Haragopal is discuss about the rights and human. Rights is somewhere and human is the somewhere. We need to conjugate these dots for the betterment of the humanities and humans. In relation with the same, in relation with same, I am emphasizing these things and with this information and suggestive measures, we greet you from the Jaipur city, Rajasthan, state of India. We always salute, we should always salute and respect power of Mother Nature who made us and provide us necessary infrastructure to survive on this good health and good earth. I remain Professor Ripuranjan Sinha, open for global innovation, peace and sustainable development. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Manav. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sinhaji. It has been a wonderful, enlightening, enriching speech. As a listening and advisory body, I request your good officers to give us some short notes so that we can formulate them into some resolutions. Your Excellency, I should say. Really nice.
I think Dr. Jaikar, kindly share my PPT to all concerned members.
I will.
Because lots of myths is, I also watch in the today, lots of myths are there regarding the COVID-19. Okay.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Because people is unable to know what is the COVID-19. They are just blaming that COVID-19. Co is the different, VI is the different, and 90 is the different. He, from where he come, we don't know. We should not create the lots of blames and blame games. But definitely, the previous speakers was a very, very pinpoint discussion regarding the rights and human. Definitely, at India, basic problem is that water, air, sunlight. We are not talking about the clean water. We are not talking about the air. We are not talking about the clean air, or we are not talking about the human rights properly. So thank you for provide such good platform. So kindly share this my slide for the creation of good awareness across the all the participants. I also I able to see that my two big friends and not two, three big friends in this group, Dr. Oasis is also waiting, and Dr. Abdul Dibale is also waiting for your valuable invitation to speak on the particular thing. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, sir. You're most welcome for your valuable guidance, and your PPT will be shared. As of now, we have a constraint over the Zoom, which we could not. That's why I requested your eminence to share from your screen. Pardon us for that gap, sir. We would certainly take your points and enlighten with your PPTs amongst the participants. As I've already set a stage for forming some guidelines and resolutions at the close of this webinar. I request all the eminent speakers, all the professors, and all the panel experts to come up with some good resolutions over the collected points, as well as the self-induced innovative ideas over the marginalization and the current hardest of the hard situation and the oppression being faced by the marginalized sections of the society, sir. I would request now, setting the stage to Advocate Nitin Meshram. If Nitin Meshram sir is not available, our International Peace Ambassador.
Sir is available. Sir is available. Meshram sir is available. Sir is available.
Nitin Meshram is available.
Yeah.
Okay. So next to Nitin Meshram, Professor Dr. M.A. Najib, Muhammad Abdul Najib will be speaking. So now over to Advocate Nitin Meshram, who is a Supreme Court lawyer and he has he is very famous in the case of Kanan, as well as in many Dalit movements and oppressed cases where he has supported and lived up and became a mouthpiece of the Dalit community, and he has been a he has been a vocal and a vociferous advocate in the Supreme Court, the apex body in the Indian Constitution, constitutional adjudicational bench. And I really warmly welcome from the Global South Forum, Advocate Nitin Meshram, sir. Over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's really a great pleasure.
Louder, sir.
Louder. Okay. It's my pleasure to be here, amongst all the stalwart people who have already spoken on various issues of COVID-19 and global aspects. And I particularly heard Professor Hargopal and liked it so much. Also, Professor Vishweshwar, he spoke so nicely on the very topic. And I was really enlightened by their speech, and all other speakers spoke thereafter. I think, I'm not going to discuss the problems here, because many of you have actually spoke on that. And I personally feel that, the problems there are so many, and the solutions are few. We should try to find out the solution on this very aspect. And I feel personally that the solution should lie and should be provided by the WHO and the United Nations. If you look into it, that the United Nations WHO has given the advice to the world countries for a stay home. We will need to look into the correctness of the advice given by the WHO. After looking into the various experiences and the lockdowns imposed by United Kingdom, India, and several other countries like France and Italy and other countries in Europe and not in US, you would see that the lockdown suggestion given by the WHO was actually not a good advice. I would personally feel that it was an ill advice, because they have not considered the aspects, of the human rights, the protection of human rights. The lockdown has violated so many human rights of people, laborers, the workers, the adults, and the age-old people. And I tell you, so many people, you cannot distinguish the people in different categories, but they have violated the human rights of so many people, particularly right to movement has been violated, particularly right to speech has been violated, right to food, right to shelter, and right to health. So many such kind of, the human rights have been violated. So when the WHO has given the advice about the stay home, they should have consulted the United Nations Human Rights Body. They should have consulted various organizations who are working on this.
Meshram Saab, you can speak little louder, closer to the mic, please.
Yeah. The WHO should have taken the ILO into consideration. They should have taken the United Nations Human Rights Council into consideration. They should have consulted them. They should have allowed them to actively participate in decision making. But according to me, they have unilaterally taken this decision, and therefore you would see that there is a lot of violation of human rights in the world now. It means, you would not have seen such kind of human rights violation post World War II and World War I. So that aspect was not taken care into while giving the advice. Hereinafter, we should tell the United Nations and the WHO that whenever you render your advice to the world countries, you should take care on policy matters and particularly on the human rights aspects. So that has to be seen first. Secondly, I would suggest that when the United Nations give an advice to the various countries, they should give the clear advice on how they would be protecting the human rights during dealing with the pandemic, during the pandemic period, or during the emergency situations. That has not been given by the United Nations. So when the lockdown was imposed in India or in many other countries, you would see that the lockdowns were actually imposed by the executive fiat without any legislation. Now in India, if we consider that we have two acts, one is of 19th Century Act, which is Epidemic Act. Secondly, we have a Disaster Management Act, which is a very recent act. Both of these acts do not provide for the lockdown kind of situation. First, the lockdown was not actually imposed by the National Disaster Management Committee, but it was imposed by the Executive Committee of the Disaster Management Committee. They never said that we are going to impose a lockdown, but they says that we are going to pass an order which would ensure that you should stay at home and there should be a social distancing. Now, on the name of social distancing and on the name of stay at home, they have ensured that the whole of the country is locked down. What has resulted into that? First and foremost thing, that it has stopped the movement of the people. It has stopped the whole phenomena which was going on in the country, like production, like the labor, like the offices, the parliament, the legislature, and the courts. All were stopped. All functioning of these institutions were stopped, and therefore that kind of order was not contemplated when the WHO would have given such kind of, the advice. Because you see, in all other countries, the parliament is functioning. Like Canada, the parliament is functioning, and in UK, the parliament is functioning, and I think in some other countries also the parliament is functioning, and their prime ministers are responding to the questions of their legislatures, the representative of the people. Now in India, we see that our parliaments are not functioning, courts are not functioning, our offices are not functioning, and our transport facilities are not there. Whereas if you see that the transport facilities there available in UK, and it was there available during the stay home order, and it was seamlessly available for the people who wanted to go out or who were in emergency to go out. So that kind of situation, could have been envisaged by the WHO while rendering an advice, and they should have clearly said that everything will be open except people should stay at home. They should have said this. They have not given that direction clearly or in advice clearly to the countries, and therefore there was a chaos, and that chaos resulted into a big problem. The problem is that we have seen unprecedented movement of the labor migration from one state to another state. Most of them were walking, most of them were going on cycle, and they were not provided the transport facilities. This is one big issue. Even I tell you that our country and most of the countries' prime ministers have imposed a lockdown without taking the parliament into consideration. Now this is a big thing. Now no country's constitution permits the lockdown of a country. Our constitution doesn't permit the lockdown of a country. But what is the effect of it? The effect is actually a total lockdown of the country. Now the lockdown has resulted into two very dangerous situations. One is that the people have lost all their jobs. Second, the economy has fallen down enormously, and the GDP has gone down, and we are going into a economic recess, economic slowdown. Now, economic slowdown will actually result into a hunger. It will result into famine. It will result into deaths of so many people. Now, jobs are very crucial in the society. That has not been taken into care while rendering the advice by the WHO, and such kind of advice, these are really very I mean, very serious advices. So we should see that, when the WHO kind of institutions, when they render advice, they should render advice in such a manner wherein they should ensure that all the human rights are protected. Now, the lockdown did not result into a kind of, containment of a disease. In Maharashtra, if you see, the cases are going up. The cases are increasing. If you see in some other countries, like in US, they have not imposed a lockdown, but people were staying at home, but the cases are going up. So the lockdown did not result into, basically did not result into a containment of a disease, but tell you that has resulted into an economic slowdown, the gross violation of human rights, and labor migration. This is a big problem, which requires a institutional framework for this, and the United Nations should look into this when they give advice, such kind of advice to the world countries. Second, I would say that this practice, particularly this kind of unprecedented closure of the countries, should not be allowed, because no constitution permits for that. It should never be allowed, because if you allow the closing of a country, so many problems will arise, and people cannot sit at home. Simply, they cannot sit at home, and if they sit at home, I tell you, there will be another so many problems, particularly about their livelihood, particularly about their sustainment, and such other things. That is a serious problem. For the third important thing, I would tell you that people should not look at the courts for solution. People are looking at Supreme Court for solutions. Now, if you see that Supreme Court is entertaining public interest litigations in various matters, but it has failed to entertain any kind of public interest litigations in this matter. Right or wrong, I'm not going into that aspect, but people should not look into it, because they have elected their representatives to deal with such kind of situations. If you give power to the courts to decide the executive actions, then actually you are shifting executive power to the courts. And you will, whatever the courts will say, then tomorrow will be binding upon you. Take an example that the one person goes to court for a labor right violation. Like, take an example of a UP government's decision to suspend some labor laws or some provisions of the labor laws. There, if the court had says that no, it was legally permissible, then situation would have gone. Situation would have become very difficult for people to then convince the government to take back that decision, because the court has given a mandate that it is permissible, and they would have gone ahead. So such kind of things should be avoided. Court should not be utilized for such reliefs. Rather, people should be told to go to their representatives, tell their parliaments, tell their governments to redress and address the situation. This is what I feel. Courts are not for that. And they are also not protecting the human rights. If you see in Supreme Court, hardly they entertain 200, 300 petitions under Article 32 every year. And 200, 300 cases they entertain are mostly about the PIL. 32 petitions they don't entertain, they tell you to go to High Court. This is a serious issue also. Fourth thing I would tell you that we need to think of, around the year parliament. Like our constitution under Article 85 suggests that it is the president who will be calling upon the parliament to summon. And now, president is a man of the executive government or a party which is in power in the union government center. He will decide whenever he wishes to whenever he will feel that it is a good condition and therefore the parliament should be summoned. That situation we need to change. We should have a clear idea on when parliament should function, and I suggest that there should be an amendment in the constitution's article 85 to provide for the functioning of the parliament, and parliament should function around the year. That is one more important aspect we should think of. And fifth important thing I would tell you, and that is about that we should have a legislation on this. That when you go for an unprecedented kind of decisions, when the president or parliament, prime minister goes or implement some kind of decisions which are going to affect the whole of the country, or which are going to affect the large section of society, they should not be allowed to take that decision. Like we have a Westminster model. In Westminster model, what happens? That whatever the powers the parliament has, the same powers are available to the prime minister. They are the they have a concurrent powers. So we have under article 256 of the constitution also, and article 246 also, whatever the powers are there, and article 73 of the constitution. The 73 specifically says whatever the powers are there with the parliament are available to the executive government. Now, in the absence of the parliament, the executive government can utilize all the powers of the parliament. I think that is something very serious, and we need to change the situation. If we allow all the powers of parliament to be utilized and exercised by the president, executive government, then why do we need a parliament? We don't need a parliament. So we need a specific amendment in Article 73, which should limit the powers of the executive government. Unless those are ratified by the parliament, they shall not be made available to the executive government. And there is a huge misuse of this kind of powers. We have seen that. So these things, I would tell you that there should be a mechanism on the international level, and that should be framed by the United Nations on how they should advise the countries, particularly in such kind of pandemic situations. And if they are at all advising, they should advise the countries as to how they should protect the fundamental human rights, which are guaranteed in ICSCR, ICCPR, and UDHR and Charter also. Secondly, that there shall not be a lockdown of the country, because lockdown will actually stop the functioning of the whole country, and there are people who want to go here and there. So certain fundamental rights can never be suspended. That situation should always be there, and transport is one of them, food is one of them, the job is one of them. That is most important. Third is that we must have a parliament which should function around the clock or whole of the year. That must function. And you don't need all the parliamentarians to sit in the house. You just need a quorum to function the parliament. So whoever wants to come and join the parliament, he can come and join the parliament. You don't need 545 MPs to sit in the Lok Sabha and 250 in the Rajya Sabha. That's not necessary. The just quorum is required. And another suggestion is that we must amend Article 85 of the Constitution, which talks about who will call upon the parliament to sit and discuss the matter. It is the parliament should be given that power, not the president. And we must amend Article 73, which talks about that the prime minister and the executive government shall have all the powers of the parliament. No, they shall not have all the powers of the parliament, even in a grave situation. And if there is no law, they should summon the parliament, and they should get a necessary ratification from the parliament. We should amend Article 123 of the Constitution, which talks about the ordinances. The situation is not that grave in our present situation time that we should give such kind of unbridled powers to the government. So basically, we need a overall in this, just overall of this, particularly the Westminster kind of model. Westminster kind of model is not a model to protect the rights of the people. That's what I feel. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you.
Excellent exhortations, citations, really amazing. It's your long standing in the adjudication process, which is reflected in your speech, and you have elicited several articles from the Constitution and cited some covered judgments and cited also the cases and case laws. We really appreciate your long-standing adjudication and pleadings in the Supreme Court, the apex body of the Indian Constitution. We appreciate you, sir, Nitin Meshram, and you are welcome. And we will use you more and more in our Global Southern Forum so that really we can come up with a lot of issues being resolved. Thank you so much. Now, I transfer the mic to Dr. Ghassan Owais. He's from Jordan. So,
yes.
Yeah. He is. Are you ready, sir?
Doctor in Business Administration, Tourism Management, and
Yes.
board member of Federation International of Trainers and Speakers.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, is it?
Go
Do
ahead,
I have the microphone now?
Yes, of course. You are heard. You are on air.
Welcome, Dr.
Welcome to India. Welcome to India, sir. Though you are on the Indian air.
Thank you. First of all, I am half Indian as much as I came to India and participate in workshops in India. I'm frequent traveler to India, and my last visit was in February to India.
Very good, very good.
Yeah, so thank you all, and special thank for Dr. Sen, who gave me this opportunity to join this elite group of doctors and professors. Now, lucky me that the temperature in Jordan is about 23 degrees centigrade, and you are unlucky to be in 45 degrees centigrade. So we are enjoying the weather. That's why I'm wearing my tie and ready to talk. Now, the hard part to come after all of those professors and doctors who they were talking about COVID-19, and so to talk after all of those, for sure it is not easy, but it make it easy when I talk about tourism, because what my talk will be is about tourism, the impact and the effect of COVID-19 on tourism. You know, the biggest industry. Where am I? Can you see me all?
Yes.
Can you hear me all?
You are visible, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
no problem. Please proceed.
Okay. So as you all know, tourism is the biggest industry in the world, and it is the first stopped and the last to be recovered. And many of the people who they are affected by COVID-19, nobody will hear about them. They will disappear. Now, the rich people, the capitalists, the owners, the people who they have millions and billions, they will be affected by losing some money. But many of the people who they are working in small jobs, like, for example, drivers or employee at the hotels, bellboys, those are highly affected. Now, when we talk about the revenue comes from tourism to the international budget or to the international income, it is about maybe, let me just not to give any wrong percentage. So we are talking, we are talking about 10.5 of the global economy comes from tourism. Many countries around the world, they have nothing but tourism. And now after this COVID-19 and after the effect that, let me just say one sentence, that it is really too big to be believed. Till now, many of the people around the world, including me, could not believe what's going on. In 24 hours, no planes fly, no trains move, no buses, no cruises, no temples, no prayers. So all of the globe closed in 24 hours. And that's really unbelievable, unbelievable. While we are living it, till now we cannot believe. It is really so big to be believed that it is true. So the people working in the field of tourism, for sure they are in need to search for another job. And God knows what kind of job. Because the people working in the field of tourism, they are open-minded people, and they are always happy. They do their best to keep their smile, to share smiling. Because tourism and travel, it's sharing dream, sharing happiness. To move them to work in any other job, it's hard for them. Now, when we talk about tourism, it is the hospitality industry. We are talking about airlines, which many of them already bankrupt. And some of the biggest among them, same like Lufthansa, same like Qatar Airways, they start asking for loan. And for sure, traveling and tourism after COVID-19 will never be same like before. So the big planes coming from Lockheed and from Boeing, all of the deals has been canceled. Qatar Airways make orders for billions of dollars to buy big planes. And now they canceled because there is no way to have hundreds of people. No more, nobody accept now to fly in a plane contain 330 or 480 passengers. So that's why the airlines, they cancel the deals. Cancel the deals, it means that many of the people will be out. They will be fired. They will be at the street. Maybe for the second time in history, or the first time in history after the crisis, the economic crisis in states in 1929, the number of the unemployed people in states became 350 million. 350 million, it's affected the American industry. American industry will affect the industry of the world. So the planes will be, I mean, the workers at the factory of the planes, they will be fired. They will be jobless. Now, the hotels around the world, all of those international chain of hotels, also they will be bankrupt. I have heard yesterday about 2 of the big airlines in states announced their bankruptcy, and some other in Australia, in New Zealand, also they announced their bankruptcy. Now, when we talk about Jordan, for example, 2019, tourism support our economy with about $4 billion US. $4 billion US means 14% of our budget. This year, we lost that amount, which it means, again, that many of the people will be out at the street. The governments, they try to do their best to solve the problem. Now, rich countries who they have trillions, this number we start hearing it only in the last 2 weeks or in the last 2 months. Before that, the biggest number was million or billion. We used to say, oh, we have many millionaires, many billionaires, and many, it used to mean few. Now, when we when we hear President Trump talk about supporting his economy with about 4 trillion. I doubt it how many in the surface of the world know how many zeros in that number. So for Jordan, when we talk about 14% of the budget of the income of the revenue lost, that's too much. And what we are suffering now around the world, either in India or Jordan or Egypt or States or China, it's unpredictable. Nobody could tell what will happen next week or next month. From my point of view, I believe that people will keep traveling. I am one of the travelers. I could not stay home. I am home for 4 months now. Today, this is my first time I went outside of Amman, my capital city of Jordan. Now I am in the city called Irbid in the northern part of Amman. And for the first time for about 4 months, me and my wife, we came to visit her father, my father-in-law. So I am one of the people who could not stay without traveling. I believe, not same like many other of the experts around the world, I believe that by July 2020, this year, the people will start break the rules. Each day, each minute, each hour, we have new rules, new restrictions, new orders. Stop here, don't stop there. Lockdown here, lockdown there. Martial law here, martial law there. More taxes, less support. So I believe that the people around the world, they will fed up and they will not give up to keep trying to continue their life. So the conclusion that yesterday is yesterday, tomorrow is tomorrow. Tourism might be sick, but never die. And I believe that all of those people who they are suffering now, it will take them some time. God knows if it's going to be for 1 year, 2 years, but finally things will be stable again, and the sunshine of tomorrow will not wait for the people who they are sad or they are crying. So the sunshine of tomorrow, it is for the people thinking, creating, working. And I would like to express our deep sorrow for those who they left their jobs, especially the Indian who they were working in the Gulf states. I believe that not less than maybe 300,000 who they already left from Saudi Arabia, from Qatar, from Bahrain, from United Arab Emirates, going back to India. The same will be for the workers, Jordanian workers who they used to work in the Gulf states. They are coming back to Jordan. So again and again, thank you for giving me this chance to be among this elite group of professors and doctors. Looking forward to meet again in actual meeting, actual conference, to share knowledge and to share travel and to shake hand. And let us say that instead of stay home, stay safe. This is the new slogan. So keep your smile till we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghassan Saab. Really,
thank you.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I think as a tourist guide and an expert in your area, statistics are at your back of your hand, because you are talking about economy, you are talking about the number of tourists, you are talking about the deprived, and you really empathize so well about the marginalized workers or the tourist guides or the people who thrive on tourism, which has taken a back burner seat now. Really, very few people know about this area of business where I think billions of dollars are at stake, because this is the time where people travel and all the travel is totally banned, and people who are working as guides and really who are professionals like you are the marginalized lot, and you empathize so well with them and enlighten the entire participants about this area of sphere of business. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you back again.
Thank you.
And thanks are due to Professor Sinhaji, who introduced us to you to us and our Global South Forum. And as a half Indian, we would welcome you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all Big Smiles sharing. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I call upon Dr. Abdul Diwale Mohammed. Is he ready, sir?
Good afternoon.
Yeah, let me introduce Dr. Diwale Mohammed. Abdul Diwale Mohammed is the founder, Secretary General, and CEO of the Africa Asia Scholars Global Network, as gone as is more famously called. He is also the Group Chief Executive of the Kent Small Enterprise Network, and is the founder of African Child Association and ACA Social Enterprise, a big promoter for the World Summit of the African Child and the African Child Resource Development Center. And Professor Mohammed is the founder director of the Midway Voice. He is the founder of Midway Swale, a small business leaders forum. He is the former president of the Rotary Club International District 9110, and is an executive member of the Enterprise UK and the associate parliamentary group for looked after children and care leavers. With this brief introduction of Dr. Professor Abdul Diwale Mohammed, over to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Or good evening, and also probably good morning. Thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on this particular topic, which is about the marginalization and deprivation of people during this COVID-19. I thank the organizers, and I feel quite a lot of things been said, which I would like to repeat. And I believe that conferences, debates are there to find solutions to problems of mankind and the environment. Now, first, I think I'd like to join you in commiserating with the people who probably will have been with you today. But however, for those who have lost their families within this pandemic, I join you to, I call you to join us in commiserating with them. And the only thing we have now is a challenge. The fact that they are no longer with us, we owe the duty to those who are still alive today, but are going to really face the great impact that has been enumerated earlier on this program. And before I come to that, which is the solution, or which are some of the things that my organization, the Africa Asia Scholars Global Network and the Global South Economic Forum, we are doing at the moment. Now, when we talk about, you say, one of the things which, because I am not one that really take a lot of interest in conferences. And that was why in 2016, in Siena, in Italy, with the International Universities, which we have the largest congregation of presidents of universities across the world. And I, without regrets, I did say that we're all academic tourists. Now, the problem today, we've mentioned about the Supreme Court, the government, the people. I think this is inherent in us as human beings. This is a problem. We are the problems. And I'd say the universities, education itself is broken. So over the last 5 decades, I will say, because my generation has failed the children. We have failed the world. But however, as we talk now, if we are sincere, then we can start to rebuild the problems of the world. But let me come to why I'm saying that it's a broken education. Universities have failed the world. Now, university has a tradition which I am not pleased with. And this tradition is conferences. And end of the day, what comes out of the conference? We've been holding conferences for decades. And where are we today? So with the COVID, which unfortunately has come, it's also a sort of reawakening of minds on where did we go wrong? And we all know it because a lot of this said in conferences, the problem is actions, implementation. But because of the human mind, the person, the thing in us, which we need to really go back in and find out, why are we not delivering for generations? Now, in 2018, because we'll always refer to this, even before then, I'll go back to 1955. It's about marginalization and deprivation. The heads of governments of Africa and Asia came together in Bandung, in Indonesia, between the 18th of April and 23rd of April 1955. And they met in order to come together so that at least to protect the rights, economic and political rights of their people. And 1955, now this year is 65 years of this Bandung. But universities, educational institutions, they failed to enlighten the minds of the people that the leaders have tried to come together in order to unite and at least to look at it, to protect the human rights of the people of developing countries. But what did we do? A lot of people in universities don't even know about the Bandung spirit, the 10 principles of the Bandung spirit. Now, that's 65 years. Now, let's even go even before then, which I was going to speak about later, about Animal Farm, which was by George Orwell. That was as far as 1945, the same year that United Nations was established. So United Nations itself served 75 years this year. Look at where we are. I mean, it's quite unfortunate. It's very sad that we tend to, the way I could express it, I don't even know how to express it, but one thing there is that we're all here on earth to do something. And if we fail to do something, well, but we need to wake up. And I think this period of redemption, I agree with one of the speakers that mentioned about legislation, the lockdown, which I totally agree 100% with it. Because no government has a right to deny people of their human rights. But deprivation, marginalization, all are about human rights. And then I think I'll come to that on what we need to do, which our organization is also already working on. So in 2018, the World Economic Forum, which you all know, is the most elitist and the largest congregation of governments in the conference with the private sector. So you have the public-private sector. That is where you see, the World Economic Forum is the largest you can talk about. Where I believe, if they're good intention, we can start changing society. But unfortunately, that's not the same, because the same system within the conference, within universities, is the same thing that goes along with World Economic Forum. So the theme on 2018, which we are very much concerned about, is about the fractured world. I mean, we're talking of COVID. Say the panic. But here was the largest organization conference in the world, which talked about our fractured world. And we all hold to it that was a fact. And what did you do about it? What did universities do about it? The broken education, what are we doing about it? These are issues. And that's why I say that this lockdown, we need to turn it to a redemption. But how do you do it? I'll come back to that. Now, since my organization is a signatory, United Nations Global Compact, we felt it's our duty to try to see what could we do. But one of the things which will amaze me, or which I was impressed about, was the fact that in that 48th anniversary of the World Economic Forum in Switzerland, in Davos, they had women for the first time in history to co-chair the whole event. And I thought that was going to be the beginning of change for the world, because I believe in the powers of women. And I thought at that situation, the World Economic Forum realizes the importance of women, and we will use women as a tool to start to continue to change the society that we are. But unfortunately, it wasn't so. So, and that is because when you talk about the media, you talk about the police, you talk about the military, you talk about the government, you talk about the scholars. I mean, it's all the same, it's a reflection of society. So if you don't change society itself, we'll continue to have problems. I'll come to that also, how we could solve that, or ways towards solving that. Now, in that, after the meeting at the World Economic Forum, my organization sat down and look, now, this is the fractured world. Even the Pope sent a message to Davos about how we need to come up with ideas that at least can help to save the rights of the less privileged in our society. So with that, that's why we said in most of the current way, and I don't want this particular event you're having to also be a talk show. And I'm very glad that the moderator mentioned earlier how although one of the speakers I've already said, it's not about meeting the what do you call it, the judiciary, and that is government. But I also mentioned now, government is me and you. So who is government? When we have conferences, you hardly see a government official there. Yet, what we come out with is resolutions that can help change society. But when the people who will actually enact laws or legislate, we don't have them there. So what are we doing? Come to my conference, I come to yours. Come to your conference. And when we pick, what topic do we pick this year? By next year, we pick another topic, not sitting down and say, how far is that topic being dealt with to save society or to advance the subject itself? We don't address that. So you can see the format, and this has happened all over the world, not just whether developing countries, all over the world. So you find that the functions, the structure, even the London School of Economics have mentioned about the fact that we are in a fracture, that the structures are not working. The structures in terms of how we develop society is not working, which means we need to change. And this COVID, which is the lockdown, I believe for some of us, it's a time for reflection, and not even just for few, it's for everybody. Now, we sat down and said, okay, how do we rebuild this fractured world? As a secretary to the UN, we called for a meeting in New York with the UN women, and we sat with them and said, look, first of all, we totally agree with the fact that what the UN women is doing mostly is about equality. And we know the law of inequality, which women, particularly children, are the majority of the victims. But we realize one thing, that the UN women, we agree that about inequality has been there for years, for decades. But we felt that women are totally different from men in the fact that they can multitask. They've been the way women, the influence of women, and even when you look at society, what women can do, because whoever is the leader today, they were all brought up by women, and they're supported by men. So the fact is, because in the animal kingdom, you don't find little ones being left behind. And we have a sort of slogan with the United Nations. We talk about leave no child behind. Oh my God. After COVID, you will see that we are, like it's been said now, I think it was Blunkett, it was a former minister here in the UK, former minister, I think it was the education on the Labour, and said that we're now 10 years back in terms of the lack of education, the problem of education for our young ones because of this COVID. Now, at the meeting at the UN, we did say we've got an idea of how to rebuild our fractured world. It's not going to take 5, 10, 15, 10, 20 years, but at least let's start laying the foundation for that change. And it takes on 3 things. One of them which you are dealing with today, and that's why I took interest in this particular conference, which is about the rule of law. There's so many injustices in the rule of law. We need to start reviewing them. And I can tell you one simple one, which lack morals. An example is the fact that a lot of students, some students will have to borrow money to go to school, to go to university, to get a degree. And after the degree, then they might have to go 15 times looking for jobs. And after they finally get selected for that job, they have to then, for 30 days before they get paid. That is slavery. So, but we are saying that if we get ILO, we get the World Bank, and we can find ways in which this particular area can be looked at. But what we tell is that because you have to have a strategy, because most of us have got great ideas. The problem is that we lack the strategy of achieving ideas. Because in education that we give to our young ones, they lack knowledge, most lack wisdom. So when we don't have knowledge plus the wisdom along with education, where are we? That's why we're where we are now. So the basis then is, after the meeting we had at UN, it was then because if you don't understand a system, you never know how to beat that system. So being involved with the UN, I reported there on the online, anyone could see. Our last report was on 28th of March, which can be seen online to the UN. And what we've advanced, we proposed to the United Nations and also to governments across the world on what to do. Now, the 3 things I've mentioned, which is first the rule of law. Let's start reviewing the rule of law, how it affects humankind. Then the second one, which is also very important, we don't value teachers. And when you don't value teachers, it means you don't value children. Or the other way, if you don't value children, then it means you don't value their mentors. So therefore, and you find that even within the university, but before I even go to that, is the fact that within that aspect where we say you don't value your teachers, is the fact teachers want to do the highest paid anywhere in the world. I said it at the UN Women. And I said, look, under Secretary General, I am hoping that within your time, you will at least 3/4 of the world, teachers must be the highest paid. I was like, oh, this might be an hill task. But no, I said, look, in Germany, doctors, lawyers wanted to be paid more than the teachers. And what the chancellor said, that what is the justification for me to pay you more than the teachers that made you? Who else is going to speak? Nobody. So we don't value. And if we look at that, let's look at marginalization, because some teachers are well paid. Go to Harvard. You know how much you have to pay to get a certificate from Harvard University? Or you want to go to Cambridge or go to Oxford University. So it tells you education itself, there is marginalization, deprivation within education itself. So, and that's why you find within Harvard, Oxford, why do you go to Oxford? Why do you go to Harvard? Why do you go to Cambridge? Because that is the only way they can become ministers or become head of states and ruling governments. And in that basis, so you find that within the fact that you have education itself, there is that deprivation and marginalization in terms of the delivery of education. Now, you also realize that if the teachers are well paid, then definitely, and in the university now, let's come to the structure of university, why we're not delivering, because all the people in government today, they are all graduates. And even has them to come and speak in university, they wouldn't come there because, and yet they're products of university, but they refuse. They won't come in and speak at the university. Because how can they face the children? So there is a problem somewhere. Even the United Nations agrees that people are distancing from government and government distancing from the people. And just recently, I had Boris Johnson, our prime minister here, said that we leaders are slaves to the people. But in reality, it's not happening. And I still say one thing about Animal Farm, the book by George Orwell in 1945. He said the world we are living, for God's sake. It's all the world we are living. But has it paid us? No. But look at COVID now. You see, something is brewing in the world. But we're also looking for an answer for it. I'll come back to it at the end of my speech. Now, the third one, which is sort of very key, is about it takes a village to raise a family. It takes a village to raise a child, not a family. Every child must be the responsibility of everybody. If you leave a child away from, if you stop caring for a child, it will affect all your investment on your own children. But I don't know what kind of education we have. We have that individualistic attitude, just me. And that's why even in terms of people praying, everybody says, oh, me, give me. Oh my God. If you know there's a God there, shouldn't that God be tired? Rather than for you to say, use me as an angel. Give me whatever it is possible to put smiles to whoever comes to me for assistance or for help. And like I said, if you don't put a smile on somebody's face before you go to bed, it means that day is incomplete. We need to change our attitude, because even in education, what are the values? What are the morals? They're gone in the wind. So when you have the university, so I've come to the structure of university now that we need to change. 15% of our lecturers are very, very creative. 15%, all of the one I'm talking about, not just what are developing countries. And those 15%, they're well connected with United Nations, they're well connected with government, they're well connected with the private sector. But guess what? They exploit the university. But we're saying that what the government or the society should be doing, make sure that such creative university lecturers should be given everything they need. After all, they're human beings. They're going to survive. They're going to live well. So give them, resource them properly so that they don't have to go outside the university. And there should be maybe a decree. If you are a lecturer in university, you don't have to work outside. Devote all your energy on those children, because those are the future. Now, this other 15% again, who are also very creative. But they look out those who already have, what I call it, those who have connections outside the university. So they sort of not envy, but they hope to be like them and rub shoulders along with them. So those people will have 30%. But agree with me, not less than 50% of our lecturers are waiting for their retirement. So what kind of young people do you want them to bring out? I mean, it's rock science. So in the process, make sure that all university lecturers are well paid. Those that actually even look at it. One of the things we say is this: universities, because one of our area of mission is to unlock the wealth of universities. Ask any university that they say we don't have money, and I just laugh. You see, we also have a kind of mindset. Take a proposal that can change society, because I have said it, because when I speak, I think some students that I spoke with in some years back, and last year, because I was able to visit about 7 or 8, 10 universities. And I'll come again to the time bomb that we all have, which is more than COVID. Although I've already said the structured world is there already. COVID is just reawakening our minds. But the worst of it, which is gradually catching up on us, is the fact that nowhere are young people interested in politics. And if people are not interested in politics, what we're talking about, or what I told them is, you don't have to be a senator or you don't have to be an MP, but at least take interest in serving an NGO, a CSO, what we call it, a civil society organization, to call for correctness in governance, because we failed to have impartial, to have incorruptible, and to have, what will I call it, to have humane people to run CSOs. That's why, and we come to that because end of it is that the result we're coming to is about the CSO. The CSO, if you don't empower the people, we shall continue to have the problem we have under governance. So the correctness for governance is part of what needs to be done, because one of the speakers mentioned about it is totally wrong for any country, any government, without legislation, when we are living in a democratic government, to just say, hey, everybody locked down. And one of the things we fail to realize is this, because I'm saying that the idea that came about this lockdown is an elitist idea, without considering the problems of the poor, the conditions of the poor, who live in cramped areas. So if we don't consider them, and they are the ones that will suffer a lot of this problem, because people losing their job, which means they won't be able to pay. A lot of people are going to go homeless. So I'll come to that, but if I can just mention here the fact that part of the answers on the universities, in 2015, because I served on the board of the Asia Pacific Universities, it was in Thailand, and I came up with the idea and said, look, we need to try and bring all the university presidents in developing countries together. Because if we have a structure, since the structures have failed, if we have a structure, we can put all university presidents together, we can start changing the mindset. Because the problem is our mindset, our attitudes. That's the problem we have. It's innate in us. And if we don't change that attitude, we'll continue to create problems for generations to come. Or we can change things. So what we are saying is, how we lay the foundation. I'll come to United Nations, because I also mentioned, I think one of our colleagues mentioned very, very, very accurately about even the United Nations, what it should have done and what it should do. But I'll tell you why United Nations cannot do much, except we have a very strong, impartial, incorruptible CSO, NGO. That's the only way society can change. Not in the hands of anybody you put in power. We're all governments. They serve us. So whatever is, we all have millennial development goals. I don't know what kind of education we all have, to be honest with you. We all have what they call millennial development goals. 2015, when millennium, everybody was like millennium. It's as if it's going to be the end of the world. But we're now 20 years after 2000. And they came up with something which is all about 8 goals. The last one was about partnership. And what happened after 2000? But 2013, the UN formed a panel, brought the Prime Minister, David Cameron from the UK, the Indonesian president, and the Liberian president. And they sat in Bali, Indonesia, and they came up with something that could save this world. And they said, renewed global partnership. And then again, they mentioned about, policies, people-centered policies. People-centered policies and renewed global partnership with those two. And you know, over the years, we're talking about a slogan of the UN, PPP, public-private partnership. Now, the UN agrees that most of the big organizations have failed. The UN agrees that governments are distancing from the people. But do we hear, what do we do? So it is still left for us, those that have convened this conference, myself sitting here, and those who are probably will say this on YouTube or Facebook. The point is that there are good people among us, but they've been frustrated with the system. Let's look for them. Let's bring them together. Let's resource them, and let's try to come together. Because we cannot, we only know when we leave now, but we can still do something while we live on Earth to contribute something. And when I go around and I say, look, and I will mention that this COVID, a lot of people are going to become richer when COVID, because why? Because you only get wealthier and better if you solve the problems of people. So there are many problems out there now. So let our students go out right there and look at the problems. After all, Jack Ma wasn't a technologist. He was a lecturer. And what he did, he brought some friends around. And they saw there's a need. Look at also, computers. They saw the need. So let's find out the problems, interest of people out there, and believe you me, that is the only way you can promote wealth. You can develop wealth. And I say, go to the mosques, go to the burial ground. A lot of people die with so much knowledge in them. And we're like, and I keep somebody saying, you're 60, 70, 80, and you say, I want to retire. What about all the knowledge you got over the last 60 years? Can you turn into wealth? And one of the mistakes we've made is when you talk about education from children. Some little children can play, they can run, they can jump. So we have a sports game. You give them a coach. What about those children that don't like sports? And some are lucky, they may get a role to play with children in theaters, in movies, and they grow up becoming very independent. What about the children? And then when we set up exams for young people, not everybody. So children are different. So we have failed to understand the children that were weaker. And one of the greatest problems is we fail to realize that when we marginalize and deprive children, we are indirectly marginalizing and, what would I call it, marginalize our own selves, depriving our own old age. And that is what is happening now. Because it concerns all of us. It's because we never prepared for our young people. And coming to globalization, it's only on the social media you see globalization. It doesn't exist. And I tell you one great thing, which is the problem now. When the COVID karma came in, whatever, they said we should work together, partnership. But guess what? Every country is now competing to come out with a vaccine. What's wrong with us? Why can't under the WHO, everybody, they can bring all the best, even whether they're local or the modern, bring all the scientists and researchers together, we will have solved these problems. It's like whether some people are benefiting and gaining from all this pandemic. That we've got the best brain in this world to change anything. But what? Everybody, every country, Israel, they are now competing to come out with a vaccine. So there is a problem here. I wanted to deal with it. Now, the answers on the universities, we have the Arab Association universities that have already approved that they will get the 300 universities in Arab countries to work with us to form what we call FAPO, which is Forum of Africa, Arab, Asia, Pacific University President. At the moment now, Carter Foundation is looking at a proposal to host the first event, or alternatively, we have it in India. And that will be January next year to mark International Education Day of the United Nations.
Beg your pardon?
Now on health. So what do you see?
Beg your pardon?
I'll try to just
summarize your speech, please.
Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm doing that right away. Now, so I'm talking about, so the structure, and then we have the National University of Asia Pacific, where African National Universities are all agreed. So when we have them, we have plans at least for 5-10 years on how such universities might have to operate so that they can deliver to the young ones. That's on education. And then regarding the issue of economic matters, we're having the Global South Economic Forum next year, which what I mentioned earlier about getting we got law practitioners, we have the judiciary within the government, and also to have schools of law schools to sit together and review. Because when this COVID came in, it's the elitists that sit down and came to the level where we are. But to finalize on what I'm saying here is that we are inviting, and also the university, since you also deal in the area of law, and we're getting in touch because I used to be, years back, I used to serve on Civil Liberties Organization. I was one of the directors of Civil in Nigeria then. So what we try to do now to solve this, because without jobs, a lot of people are going to really, particularly the children, are suffering at the major effects on these children because they have to go out in groups. So at the moment, what we try to do now is taking our case to get, we want as many, at the moment we get a lot of, law schools, and then we also legal practitioners, solicitors. We want to come together. Saros here, who is also a very good friend. He's the first Indian to open a law firm in London here. And what we're trying to do now is to work and see how we can get Amnesty International. Because we are going to ask the government to try to take statistics of these poor people who are going to suffer through COVID. Because if we don't take good care of them, then what society is going to turn into. So we are going to try and see how Amnesty International, because it's not the hand of government, but if we can get Amnesty International, which is the largest, or what I call it, the most prominent human rights group in the world, together, then we can start getting governments to make sure that every poor person or people that lose their job in this period must be catered for. If not, then I think, I don't want to say what will happen if that is not done. So we are calling through your medium, any institutions, organizations that are interested to work with us to get Amnesty International empower ourselves and get every government to make sure that all the people that will suffer from this are catered for. Thank you very much. And I hope that from this, we'll be able to at least start thinking about looking after our young generations and generations unborn. Thank you very much. And before I go, one thing, sorry, it's not going to take long. Out of this COVID, we lost a lot of people that have died. Do you know about the child boom that will come from developing countries? A lot of people are pregnant, they're going to have children, and who's going to cater for them? That is also something that we need to start looking at, that they should be taken care of. People who have mental health issues and many other concerns that come out of this. So we need to sit and then see how best we can at least fight for the rights of people who are less privileged. They are voiceless. We are privileged to give them that voice. Let's work with Amnesty International. If Amnesty cannot do it, let's look for other organizations that can make sure that we care for people who are going to suffer from this particular COVID-19. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Diwali Mohammed. Your passion about the woman and child has been really acknowledged, and we can't afford to take these points of the government initiatives. And you have been a African Asia Child Development Council founder, benefactor for the woman and child. This is the most marginalized sections of the human community, where woman and child is totally not counted in the current scenario of the COVID. And validly and vividly you have explained their current plight and pathetic situation. Our heartfelt thanks to you for your narrative statistics. We really welcome you back and thank you. And we have given you the maximum time because you have the great insights on the field level. So really the field experience has been shared by you, and we are once again thanking you for your extempore lecture and vivid clear-cut cases and resolutions to be taken post-COVID also. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we welcome you, and we would like to stay connected with you. And thanks are due to Professor Sinhaji, and thank you once again for your valued comments, Dr. Diwali Mohammed. Over to Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatsuila. She is the Vice Chairperson. Diambi Kabatsuila was crowned as a traditional ruler of the 16. So she has a wide exposure, and she has been recognized as the grandmother of the Bantu community, and she has been given the title of Grande Mia Diopoa Bantu Brasileiro by Parliament in Brazil in March 2019. And she is not only queen on the royal side, but she is academically very esteemed. She holds a doctorate in public administration. She holds another doctorate in philosophy, in humanities, and she is a professor in international law and order, and a Master of Science in applied psychology and Master of Science in mental health counseling. And she also holds a Bachelor in Science in business, finance, and economics. She has a lengthy career as well as an academic role of honors, and she's been the Minister for Foreign Affairs in the State of African Diaspora of the 6th region of Africa. She is recognized by the African Union, and she is the Queen. Diambi has always been interested in all matters concerning the restoration of African identity through the study of the African history and the rich cultural heritage of the continent. Welcome back, Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatsuila.
Hello, hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me on this very esteemed and honorable panel.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. And I must say myself that I was supposed to be in India myself in March, and because of this crisis, I was not able to go yet. But all my friends in India and my family in India is waiting for me, and I'm waiting to meet a lot of my family there. So I'm very honored to be with you, some of you here, and all my brothers and sisters from all over the world. And it's going to be very difficult to say anything more after this wonderful panel that I've listened to. A lot of you, and especially my brother who just spoke now, saying a lot of things that I wish to say as well, or I think about and I talk about all over the world, including in major forums like the World Economic Forum in Davos, or different forums and conferences all over the world, including in the UN when I speak at the CSW. And different conferences like that. And as my brother did, and some of you did, first and foremost, we can, pay our respect and also send our love and encouragement for the families of those who have lost, loved ones, specifically in this crisis. But as an African woman, we have a COVID-19 crisis equivalent every single day. We live in a pandemic state because we have malaria, we have lack of clean water, we have, still areas in Africa and in the world where people are starving. So in many countries, in many places in the world, we live under pandemic conditions every single day. So what is exceptional with this COVID-19 is that it's reaching out, countries that are not accustomed to having such hardship and having to resort to such measures that are affecting them in a way that, we are being affected also on a daily basis for years and years, day in and day out in other places in the world. So my love and our love and respect and condolences should also go equally to all those families who are still looking at many of the leadership for a solution so that we can increase the ability for peace and prosperity on this planet. So I'm very honored to be here and speak. And my take, and one of, when you asked me what I wanted to speak about, I wanted to speak about the fact that this crisis has really highlighted, furthermore, some inconsistencies of the system, of the paradigm in which we operate, because the paradigm has been really, one-sided and very Western-centric. And I think it's time, we have come to a time where we have to do almost like a balance sheet, almost like an evaluation of the system in which we've been operating for quite some time now, and in all fields of life, including education, as my brother was talking earlier, including in economic system, in political system and governance. Those are all rules set up by a particular paradigm that is not necessarily some paradigm that we should look into continuing and perpetuating. And as my brothers and some of you said before, this COVID crisis is now for our generation has given us a time to sit and reflect and also start, it has highlighted inconsistencies, just like the COVID virus itself is highlighting inconsistencies in the efficiency of the human system as it's impacting different patients differently depending on the inconsistencies of the system. I think that this overall crisis is also working as a COVID-19 on our society. So we are now talking that we are in an era of globalization, which for me, as an African woman, and probably for most of you coming from the different parts of the world, is not really something that is new. We have been in globalized economy from, if I only want to cite, human trafficking from the time of the Arab human trafficking in Africa 800 years ago, and the Western human trafficking of African people to bring them to the New World 400 years ago. This is already globalization. So globalization is not new. Colonization was also, a major strategy for globalization. So we accept the fact that we are going into a world where we are more and more connected to each other. The problem for me that I see is that, being connected to each other is one thing. If we collectively, gather all the information that we have collected throughout our history, throughout our human experience, and we put together the best of the strategies so that we can foster, harmony living on this planet. So if we don't do that, then we are lacking and we are forsaking, the accumulated wisdom and knowledge that our forefathers before us in different places of the world and different cultures have, come up with to sustain life on this planet. So if we are only basing ourselves on a very Western-centric model governance, a Western-centric model of economy, a Western-centric model of education, then we fail to understand the wealth that we can include or we can use to modify this paradigm. Because this paradigm has shown its limits. And as a traditional ruler of my people are farmers. They live in rural areas where in the Congo right now, there is no such thing as, major infrastructure development or anything like that. And my question is always to see, because I'm living between both paradigms, and to see, what would fit my people so they could be, live in peace and prosperity. But what all these concepts mean, we have to start rethinking them. We have to start rethinking what development means. We have to start rethinking what, civilization means. We have to start rethinking, a lot of all these very, paramount, values that we hold dear. And we have to understand that a lot of what we know and a lot of what we are taught into this system are values that are not necessarily promoting life in harmony and life, in prosperity and peace on this planet for all of us. We understand now that the system is yielding, only benefit for the elite of the society, including and bringing this model everywhere. When my great grandfather was king of my community, of our community, of our people, the welfare of every single individual in the community is paramount. It's not just the welfare of the top people. If you can only promote a society where only the top people can live, comfortably and can weather the storm, and then find themselves at the end of the storm feeling, okay, when everybody else is suffering and is destroyed, your leadership is null and void, and you will go down in history as a failure. So what we are witnessing now is just that this system, the COVID crisis has exposed even more, because it's not it's not the first time, but it's the way this system has been, the failures of this system have been exposed more. We have been talking about pollution more and more. We have been talking about inequality more and more. And our questions, coming from a colonized, world and colonized, people like the Congo DRC and most Africa and most of the rest of the world, is if the Western world and this paradigm did all that it did for all these centuries and accumulated so much wealth that we would have thought that the model that would have come out of it would have been a little better than that. And if with all the wealth, the wealth amassed over a couple of centuries, this is the best we are able to come up with, then it challenges us now to say, well, there is too many inconsistencies, and it's not working for the majority of the people on the planet, including people living under, these societies that are so-called the developed world. We often talk about, the sustainable development goals, and I agree that there's so many things that are, just about justice and equality. But there are also, for me, the concept of development itself needs to be revised, because if it is to copycat the model that the Western world has, provided after all these, centuries of industrialization, and now we're going into transhumanism and artificial intelligence and robotic and all that, these things. If it's just to merely copy this system without ever stopping to look at the inconsistency, which means I'm referring to what my brother was talking about earlier, intelligence without wisdom. If we never, use our cultures, our ancestral cultures, and our immense immaterial heritage, and we don't use that to imbue our critic of the system in which we are, and we only want to repeat it, and we only want to compete with it, and we only want to copy and paste and then do the same, and thinking that this is what development looks like. It's going to just lead to more insanity. We have already now a world where we are dumping tons and tons and tons of toxic waste in all the environment, including in the air. And there is even a correlation, seemingly very, very strong correlation between pollution and the way COVID is affecting the population, meaning that when we stress our system, I'm not a medical doctor, but when what my understanding is, when our system is under stress because we live in such toxic environment, we're also more vulnerable to fall prey to not being able to respond, effectively to attacks such as, viral attacks and other attacks like bacterial attacks. So, all these questions have to be put out there. All these things have to be addressed. And we can no longer just accept one dictate and say, this is the way to go. Because I don't want to imagine if I hear sometimes African leaders or leaders of the so-called developing world saying, oh, one day they want to be like China, one day they want to be like America. Imagine if every one of us, every country was like China. What kind of air would we even breathe? What kind of environment would we have? We have to ask ourselves the question, is it really so? Is it what we are aspiring to become? Is it what the life we are aspiring to give to our children? And we are lucky, for instance, I am in the United States, so I can see what are the inconsistencies here. Is it really the life I would like to see happening in my country, in Congo? I may be in a place where we have high technology, we have a lot of material wealth, and we have a lot of beautiful infrastructures. But the human infrastructures are in complete decay. I'm a psychologist and I see it every day. So even things like we saw yesterday or 2 days ago on TV, where we see that, the type of discrimination and racial, motivated behavior to just kill, Black African American men without ever having to have a reason to do so, without justification, and then going about it without have to be reprimanded whatsoever. So these kind of societies are not the society we want to model. So we have now the right, after the 60 years behind colonization for some of us, to say enough is enough. We come from very, very wealthy, intelligent, wise cultures. We have contributed to so much. And particularly, I want to speak about Africa, because Africa is almost the silent parent that nobody wants to talk about, because we have been prey to so much negative propaganda. But today, now that we have researchers and scientists and historians and anthropologists and archaeologists that are working now, and philosophers that are from Africa and studying the archaeology and realizing Africa is really not only the cradle of human beings, it's not only the cradle of civilization, it's the matrix of civilization. It's Africa where you find mathematics 25,000 years ago. It's in Africa where we master fractal mathematics. It's in Africa when we have the first architects and that are building buildings that are still existing today, thousands of years ago. It's in Africa that we have the first medicine. It's in Africa where everyone comes, in the antiquities to study in the temples in Egypt and to learn about African science and to learn about African philosophy. Today, we can no longer lie about it. So if we are the descendants of those forefathers from all across the world, and we have mastered so many ways of understanding nature, and we have mastered to bring balance into our communities and to work in a tandem with nature, so that we can not deplete nature as we go, and as we create, all the resources, we use the resources to meet our needs. So therefore, we have a say to change the paradigm, and we have not only a say, but we have the obligation to change to work on changing the paradigm and using what we have, but improving it, so that we can also integrate other perspectives, other way of thinking. And as I was speaking in Davos, I was basically saying that if we don't take in the experience and the wisdom and the intelligence accumulated over the thousands of years of different cultures in the world, including those we call indigenous or so-called savages, we are all operating with half a brain. It's just like a human being operating with half a brain and asking that human being to resolve problems that human being created as the first place. We cannot possibly, continue this way. We have to start saying we come from mighty ancestors, and this information, this wisdom has to be imbued into the way we want to operate as a global community. Because this COVID crisis is also highlighting one thing. When we have a proverb or an adage in Congo, when we say when your neighbor is coughing, you cannot sleep. So this interconnectedness, the awareness of the interconnectedness of everything, of us, the people of the world, but also of all nature as a system, is something that we have to now have in front of us every single time we design a system to create a solution. We can no longer create solutions just for few, thinking that it's going to work, and then it's not going to adversely impact others. A lot of the Western world has come with solutions, but when you look at the solution, they have always, adversely impacted some other people, or some other areas in the world. So my contribution, I hope, in this panel is really to say, I'm so honored and happy to see the beautiful panel and the beautiful conference that you organize. And I think these type of dialogues that are very inclusive of different aspects of what human culture looks like, and to realize that, we have to get off of this idea that we can only develop under the Western paradigm, and then this is what we have to continue working on. It's not tenable anymore. We have seen the limits of the system, and there's more to it than just what we see, because we are talking about the COVID-19 when our eyes are being taken off of the major financial crisis that has happened before even the COVID crisis started. We were having an imminent collapse of the banking system, of the European banking system. We're not talking about it now because, we kind of like now we're going to say it was because of the COVID. It was not because of the COVID. We are destined with this system to continue, going to more and more rapid cycles of economic collapse, financial collapse, because the predicate is untenable. So if it's untenable and you cannot come up with another solution on your own, that just implies that we have to have more creative minds, out of the box thinkers, or out of the paradigm thinkers, to start imbuing, with new ideas, with a new perspective on how to look at this system, and start, highlighting the inconsistencies and talking and finding solution and finding creative solution without, necessarily being people who are in this paradigm. When I go to my villages, I find people who are not educated or trained into the Western world, education system. They're not PhDs and they're not masters of this or masters of that. But yet again, the knowledge they have is absolutely incredible. And the wisdom that they have is beyond what we can ever imagine. So I want to encourage us, the people who are not the ones who are, leading the dialogue or the previous dialogue about what are the norms. We have to come in with our values. We have to come in and dig out what was good about what we did or what our ancestors did. How did they organize women's rights? How did they organize, the sharing of resources? How did they organize? And we're going to have to create different systems. We're going to have to start coming with new proposals. We're going to maybe have to move from this profit-oriented economy to maybe a resource management economy that is going to be more appropriate in the future. So it's a good time for reflection. Of course, I do not have the solution on my own, because I don't come from a paradigm where it's an individual that's supposed to come up with solutions, but rather a community. And now we are very lucky to have all these, technology, without which without Africa, we wouldn't have, because the binary code system also come from Africa. The binary coding of information is also an African legacy that very few even know about. But I talk about it when I speak with my engineers in electronics and engineers in information systems. So there is so much that we can bring to the table when we know who we are, and when we appreciate, the legacy of our ancestors, and when we are open-minded to include, every life experience rather than just the one who have been dictating the direction of the human experience so far. So this is a good time. It's a blessed time for all of us to regroup, to rejoice, and to say, okay, problems, we know there's been problems, we highlight them, and now what are the solutions? So I'm so happy to be involved in this panel. Thank you so much for having given me the opportunity to talk, and I will be glad to be joining with you, coming to India very soon. I'm waiting for my Indian family to call me and tell me, Queen, it's okay, you can come, because I won't make much comment about, the lockdown and everything, because many people have already spoken greatly about it. And I know that for some places in the world, like DRC Congo, those are completely unrealistic expectations, to hope that people will not even touch each other, will not be with each other or something like that. It's just not realistic. And then the last thing I want to say is that in the same mind frame of the Western-centric, culture and attitude, is that there are remedies coming from different places in the world. There is a major remedy coming, a natural remedy coming from, the Africa, that is based on the Artemisia plant, and that it can help, at least, if not prevent, but at least, help people. And nobody's talking about it, as if Africa was completely in the dark and nothing good can come out of it. We have scientists over there. We have people. We have long time experience with healing, using plants like you have yourself in India. And we have to also engage these people into our community with the same respect that we have scientists in white coat in labs, to ask them to participate in the effort of seeing how we can, collectively find solutions. But we have to change the way we look at each other. And especially as I'm an African woman, I really want to encourage you all to really start taking a second look at Africa and see what have been the contribution of the African continent to the world civilization at large, and to know that there are many solutions to the problems that we have that are also in Africa, just like they are in other parts of the world, like, India and, other places. Thank you so much.
Excellent speech, Her Royal Highness, Queen of the Bantu community. You are so passionate about not only about your Congo and your Bantu community, but we see the passion in your speech covering the entire African diaspora. Your Royal Highness, we are so thankful to your eminence presence and your valuable time taken out of your busy schedule. We are so happy to learn so many unseen, unknown, and unhighlighted. And the Bantu community, we can call them as unsung heroes, and much of science being neglected. Maybe we can rephrase or paraphrase. We are talking about marginalized society and community, but we can. You have given a new scenario of the science left out of the entire Africa, which ancient Africa was knowing much in technology, science, and medicine and mathematics. Your Royal Highness, we are so thankful to you for enlightening us on that front, and also entire elicitation about the marginalization of communities, as well as the science and as well as the area. And we are so thankful. And we also know that Congo is the richest gold mine of Africa, and you are the queen of the community. We are so thankful to you for your valuable time and speech, Your Royal Highness. Over to now, Dr. Hari Kishan Eppanpalli. He is from New Jersey, New York, and he is also our JNU Alumni Association Global Ambassador, a friend of Kalam, late Dr. Abdul J. Kalam. I should say he is a friend of Kalam. So that speaks volumes of his introduction. He is going to speak about, in the COVID times, future of digital economics. A brief bio of him, not to waste or not to, in order to give him more time. He is one of the core of minds when he is talking about the digital economics. And technology part I am trying to highlight. He is the Vice President of Bank of New York, and recently posted, and then exited on a good note with flying colors. He was in the what street, Wall Street, I should say, Wall Street in Indian contemporary talks or parlance. He was in for 3 decades. So he is not only a science as well as he is basically a mechanical engineer, and he is a pioneer entrepreneur. He is the founder of Reality Minds and is on the advisory board members of Rutgers University, MIT Sloan graduate, and so many things to talk about. So many. So I leave the mic to him so that he can really enlighten us on the digital economics and the future of it in this COVID times and post-COVID era. Over to you, Hari Kishan.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jaikar, for a graceful introduction. And I would like to thank Professor Vinod Kumar and you and all other people from Osmania University Law Department for organizing this wonderful conference on deprivation of marginalized sections during COVID-19, national and international perspective. And you roped in stellar speakers from the globe, and really would like to thank all the speakers today. Everyone is a unique in its own way to present various solutions, also address the issues that concern the marginalized community globally. I would like to thank you all. And coming back to what is happening today, I just wanted to provide the latest numbers in the corona side. About 5.21 million people are impacted with the corona, and about 358,000 people died, and about 22.5 million people recovered. But most of them are coming from, all over the world, and especially even in the developed world, the people who are impacted are the marginalized community, who are the workers and who are the cab drivers and who serve in the restaurants and who serve in the grocery stores. So these are the kind of people truly had some effect, not only to their health and deaths, but also to their daily living. I think this kind of conference really enlightens the leadership of the world to think differently. How do we handle when such situations come? So this is the conference theme, and I'm very grateful for organizing this event at this time. So coming back to US, like this, about 1.75 million people are affected, and about 102,000 people are dead. So in spite of all these advancements and technology in the hospitals and access to healthcare, still we had a problem. That means there is something drastically wrong, and the leadership has to think differently when such situations arise in the future. I think this is a great lesson for all of us. In a positive note, since people took a break from their daily living and driving and all those things, we really contributed to the health of the nature and the health of the environment. And this planet is breathing much better. The animals are breathing much better. I think we all need to think when real life, also when this COVID situation is over, we need to pay attention to our daily lives, our health, our environment, and our education as well. So with this, I would like to highlight the global impact of COVID on economic front of view, since I have some background in that. So it is projected that in the next 5 years, we're going to have an impact of about $82 trillion because of the corona. And we will have about 2 out of every 5 jobs will be lost because of the corona. And most of them will be in the developing world cities, that is which are hit hard. And there will be a reduction in the liquidity in the marketplace, and the borrowing costs will go high. So on the technology front, there will be less regulation on the technology, and also healthier digital lifestyles, as we are already experiencing that through this webinar, and a boon to the virtual reality world, and an opportunity for innovation to handle such situations and live in a digital world. And on the health side, there is a huge rise in telemedicine. My wife happens to be a physician, and she's from home taking care of her patients through telemedicine. And virtual education is going to be a boom in this kind of world. So using technology like Zoom and WebEx and things like that, there will be more of opportunities for institutions who are focusing on virtual education. And the governments become big on the pharma side. Okay, they will be providing the medications moving forward when such pandemics happen. For example, now the various countries are importing hydroxychloroquine and things like that. The governments are providing such things. And there will be a big opportunity for science to innovate, to handle such situations and make it a better life during this kind of crisis. And when it coming to the government, the parliaments and the Congress will be conducting their sessions virtually. And the big governments make a comeback. A new civic federalism, and expect a political uprising also because of this deprivation, especially the kind of situations. It is very mind-boggling and heartening to see how the migrant laborers traveled hundreds of kilometers. And I read about a story about a pregnant woman walking 100 kilometers, and people ran over by trains and buses and things like that. It is very unfortunate to see situations. Those are the kind of minds will start thinking about what kind of leadership we are electing, and the political uprising will start becoming a reality. And the way we are living today, the rules may not apply anymore because of this COVID kind of pandemics. And there is a revived trust in institutions also, whether it could be a political institution or a government entity or a financial institutions. The trust has to be revived because we lost truly trust. The leadership did not rise to the occasion to save the lives, especially in the countries like US. We lost about 100,000 people. That could have been prevented. And electronic voting is going to be one of the mainstream items to be discussed, and governments may start adopting such kind of things. And voting by mail is also possible in the coming years and months. And on the economy, find one more time restraint on mass consumption. So people are trying to hoard during this crisis, but they may not have consumed all of them. And we need to pay attention to preserve the goods for others also who cannot have access to. And stronger domestic supply chains. For example, we relied more on China to get things, and that kind of thing has to be reconsidered and re-engineered to have a very robust supply chain kind of system within every country and every state of that country. So when such kind of pandemics happen, we cannot rely on getting things done through other outside of the countries, because we need to immediately act and provide the goods and services needed to save lives within the country. And the inequality gap is truly going to widen moving forward because of this, because the people who are working on daily wages and have currently no access to income because their jobs are stopped. For example, the restaurants are closed, right? Whereas other businesses are closed. The people who are the working class will not have access to this kind of privileges. And that has to be thought through again to make sure that everybody have access to their basic living conditions, provide food, health, and shelter. And e-commerce and online shopping is going to be a boom for this kind of situations. And we can see that the stocks of Amazon are zooming through, and they're making a lot more money than before, and when everybody else is losing them. And from a lifestyle point of view, and most of the virtual remote working and virtual education is going to be the way to consider moving forward. And we have less communal dining and parties, and big parties like weddings and all will be minimized during these kind of situations, and that also has an impact on the economy as well. So impact on active life, and that will have health issues, because people are not moving around or exercising or walking. That will have a long-term effect on their health. So this is need to be considered as well. The religious worship will have a different look. So you may not be able to go to a temple or a church. So that is, again, an impact of thing. So how do we live in this kind of conditions, and what are the different opportunities from an employment point of view and an investment point of view? What do you need to look in order to make our lives much better, and what kind of technology is coming into the marketplace, or in the next fourth industrial revolution will make a difference for our daily living. One of the key things identified is the artificial intelligence, and the next one is the blockchain technology, genetic testing from a health point of view, and 5G technology, which is coming throughout the world right now, and augmented and virtual reality for offering this kind of sessions as well as virtual education. And because of all this online growth, there's a cyber security threat as well. There's enough number of opportunities for cyber security related jobs, and autonomous vehicles, and also hyperloops. So those are the kind of things we'll have the future. The next thing last is smart cities, and we need to really rethink the kind of way we are living, and we need to rewire our cities to enable us to live, to respond to this kind of situations, and the smartness has to bring technology into the picture to prevent such things from happening, or also make life better. So coming back to items that I mentioned, this is an opportunity for all of us to think through and make sure that we provide feedback through various channels to the policymakers and the governments, and especially the role of NGOs is important. Most of the people who represent on this call today represents one or the other global kind of organizations which talk about this kind of marginalized community related issues, and how do we make sure that this kind of things are addressed properly so that we live happily. So the governments truly did not respond the way everybody is expected, and most of the early speakers spoke about the migrant laborers story in India, which is really, really touching us. So the kind of situation, they are the real workers and they are the real builders, and most of them are coming from different parts to major cities, and they are working on the daily wages, and the government did not ensure their safety, security, and their living during this crisis. The government suddenly announced this kind of lockdown, and people have no way to travel to their respective places, and all the employers stopped paying them. Basically, they are jobless overnight, and this is the saddest part that reading through the news and watching the videos, and very unfortunate that situation is happening. Still, it's not taken care of. The government could have planned little better so that they are taken care of, and even after a week or so, they were not even given proper food and all. Now, slowly the government stopped withdrawing some of the services, also providing food and shelter to these people without ensuring that they reached their destinations. And another thing is the testing is not taking place for the COVID-related stuff for these migrant laborers. So when they travel to their local villages, they may be carrying this virus and spreading in the pristine villages, which did not have exposure to the COVID. So this is another area I think the government has to pay immediate attention to prevent the second round of infections in the villages. And also, they need to make sure that when the future, this kind of situations happens, all the systems have to be in place appropriately, and they should be tested frequently every 3 to 6 months. They need to test for the disaster recovery kind of situations from the health point of view, from the various other cyclones and things like that. So those, especially the countries which do not have such things, the developed countries and the United Nations people have to come into play to ensure that each country is different, but still they need to have a custom solution that can take care of these kind of situations when time comes in the future. It's great learning, especially from a COVID point of view. Even the US could not handle it properly. That means the developed countries probably had a different situations, but they were able to prevent the loss of life much better than the developed countries if you look at the numbers. The Europe was hit badly, and the US was hit badly, and the Eastern countries and all the African countries are much better. They handle much better. I think that the way it looks, the conventional wisdom is much better than the real science handled it. So I think we need to go back to the nature and go back to our roots and identify how we lived in the past and to handle this kind of situations. I think that kind of wisdom can really make a difference as well. I would like to thank Queen Diambi for coming up with how Africa heritage and history and how they are coming up with a natural kind of preventive care for this kind of situations. I think in India also there's a plant called ashwagandha that is in trials and in Japan to handle this COVID remedy. That those kind of things have to be explored further, in addition to the science and the vaccines and things like that. I think preventive care is the way to go, and the social distancing, as everybody says, is the mantra of the day to make this spread less and less. And hopefully we can come back to live to a normal life very soon. But looks like we need to learn to live with COVID for quite some time. And if not COVID, there may be something else in the future. So this really brought all the families together, and they are having the meal together, and they are able to share their views. And hopefully there will be harmony and peace within a family, and that will bring peace and harmony at the national level, and the world will be at the peace. That's what my mentor and guru, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the former India, was preaching all his life. So with this, I would like to thank all the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I had a deck, but I was not able to present due to some technical difficulty. I'll share with Professor Vinod Kumar and Jaikar.
You can go ahead, Dr. Harikishan. You can go ahead if you want to have any presentations. We still have some time.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So I will share this presentation. You can share with everybody else. So I would like to respect the time given to me so that we can have more people continue to speak. And I think the next is the panel discussion. But this is wonderful. All the people from all over the world were able to join this conference and share their views. And hopefully this particular session's outcome will be presented to the government to think through how to handle such situation now and also moving forward to save lives, and especially on the marginalized communities who are underprivileged for many reasons. And they have to be lifted from that kind of situations and enable them to end their living respectfully so that they don't truly depend on governments all the time. Thank you very much, and have a blessed day and be safe from COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harikishan. Dr. Harikishan has been instrumental in putting the Queen of Congo as well as Prime Minister of the African diaspora. We missed him out over his sudden appointment in the hospital. And Hari has been collaborative and a high keynote addressee, keynote speaker in many diasporas, as well as the recently installed Alternative Development Association in Norway, Oslo, and also Norway. And he has been instrumental in several foundations and several programs. As you are all aware, as the Indian diaspora has Lead India, which is the product of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And recently he was in Kanyakumari also, where his Jayanti was organized, and a wax idol was also installed, and a big donation, and I don't know whether I can tell, but anyway, he was instrumental in creating several funds and programs. Dr. Harikishan is not a small man, but at the same time, he's our JNTU alumni, and is also our global ambassador, and who has been instrumental in several programs. And we are also thankful for collaborative efforts, and really he has elicited a new paradigm, giving out various statistics during the COVID area and the post-COVID future. And everybody should raise their antennas and take note of these developments. And Hari will be always available for us to give and steer and monitor and direct us in several programs which we undertake in the future. Thank you very much, Dr. Harikrishan Eppanpalli. We appreciate your presence, and my humble request would be, because you are in US and Queen is also there, and anybody who is in the US, stay back so that you can partake in this panel discussion, which will have a short session, because on the eastern side in India, people might be hungry, and not many might have had their dinners, but yet we are open for the podium for the panel discussions, and already about 300 people have registered, participated, and thousands of people are watching us over the YouTube. So please be mindful of your time. Please be mindful of your question and comfort zone, which you can pick up questions of your choice and start answering. And I would respect the panel experts. All the people who are available, about now 19 participants are there, out of which several important dignitaries, intellectual capital people who are available to take questions. And I also request Her Royal Highness Queen Diyambi Kapsulia also to partake in this panel discussion and give out some answers. And personally, I wanted to tell you, because you have an Indian family, you said, and you will be soon boarding the flight to India, I would like you to connect with our Patanjali, who has narrated and collated over 72,000 of herbal plants, Your Royal Highness. Kindly note of this. Kindly note and make some collaborative efforts. We love Africa, and continental drift. I don't subscribe to Darwin theory, but I subscribe to science, and also the gracious God and his creation. When continental drift has taken place, India was part of Africa. If you can merge and fold the continent and the globe, we are part of you. So, Your Royal Highness, you are passionate about African people. We are also ancient Africans, don't worry about it. And our features also match with you. Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. At the same time, we have now several people. Professor Dwarkanath, and you have Dr. Aparna, and we have Professor Gali Vinod Kumar, our president, and we have, of course, we have the epitome of knowledge, Abdul Diwale Muhammad. Again, back to you, sir. Volley of questions will be passed on to you. Now is the time for you to talk more and elicit and give some resolutions. End of this panel discussion, I humbly request everybody to take pen and paper, give out their propositions. Let us have some voting. Let us have some resolutions grounded, so that we can take it up to the government and agencies, national as well as international agencies. And luckily, we have our recent health minister, who has appointed on the advisory board to the World Health Organization, our health, what is his name? I just forgot.
Dr. Harshavardhan is appointed as the chairman of the board for the executive committee of the World Health Organization. And it's a great privilege for India to be serving in that level.
Yeah, go ahead.
And also, I would like to mention that there are several people, hundreds of people on the YouTube watching this show live on the GKTV channel. So just don't worry that only a few people here showing up, but there are hundreds of people watching your show on the GKTV live on YouTube.
Absolutely. So we have Dr. Harsha also, our health minister, central. He is also on the board of WHO. So you have every liberty to take up things, and it will be heard. And it will be heard. I vouch for that. So over to Professor Gali Vinod Kumar, who will be reading out the questions, and all the people across the globe who are even in YouTube also, they can raise a hand and we will pass on the screen to them. They can come live to video as well as speak and respond. Over to Professor Gali Vinod Kumar for this panel discussions, and end of it, I will be proposing the vote of thanks and we'll close it on a good note. Thank you so much for your valuable time and your participation and your vivid eliciting messages which invokes and thought-provoking every mind of the oppressed, unequal personalities, marginalized societies, as well as the elite, and everybody should have over and above a word called love to humanity. Thank you so much. Now over to Gali Vinod Kumar, Professor.
Thank you very much, Jayakar sir. We are given only Zoom facility for only 25. So maybe 25 Zoom facilities there. That is the reason only we are looking some of the persons on the Zoom. We are provided for thousands to the online facility for YouTube. So there is a lot of questions. More than 200 questions are I received. It is unable to bear all these questions because of all crumblingly. I'm just posing 10 important questions. 10 important questions out of 200. So one is, the governments are how they failed. The government of India failed to stop the pandemic situation of the COVID-19 in India. How to prevent and control the Indian situation to make a normal situation in India. Whether the government is ready to face this pandemic situation, because in the July coming days, day by day, after lockdown completed, nearby completed, thousands of the cases are rising. So most of the people are asked the questions about the failures of the government, how to control the failures from India. Anybody? I think Dr. Dwarkanath, Professor Dwarkanath, I'm requesting Professor Dwarkanath, please respond.
I suggest whoever wants to answer, please raise a hand and I will unmute them so that there is no cross talk.
Yeah.
Please raise your hand whoever wants to answer that question, please.
Dwarkanath sir is now is giving answer.
You can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Sir, you are unmuted.
Done it?
Yes.
This coronavirus that has affected us since the last 2.5 months is not something that would leave us anytime soon. There is every possibility of the virus continuing at least for the next 1.5 years or 2 years. Therefore, continuing with the lockdown, now there has been a lot of criticism from the public and certain other sections of the society regarding the decision taken by the government of India as well as the state governments in the country of lockdown. Now, we have seen that lockdown has rendered many people, particularly the poor people and the migrants who live on a day-to-day basis business, particularly the flower sellers in India, and then the vegetable vendors. So initially, with the lockdown for 10 days, these people were not able to conduct any kind of business and they did not have food. And of course, the ministers, MLAs, MPs, and some of the politicians of various parties in India have exhibited a very fine gesture of helping these people by providing them with the necessary food and other essentials that they require. But however, this lockdown has been in force for the past 2.5 months, and May 31st, the lockdown would be over, hopefully, because we never know what the government will decide after 31st. There is a possibility of the government again extending the lockdown. Nobody is sure. So now, lockdown does not affect not only the economy of the whole country, but also the economy of the states are affected, because of which at least the chief minister of Telangana was compelled to cut down the salaries of the government employees, the MLAs, the MPs. I do not want to go into the details of percentage of salary being cut, but he has made an effort to help the downtrodden. So he has taxed the government employees, but that is okay, because this is when we need to compromise and try to help the government in whatever initiative the government takes. But the future of India will be totally different, in the sense the lockdown is not going to continue forever and the virus is also not going to leave us anytime soon. So we need to live with the virus, and we'll have to take all the necessary precautions that are required, and whatever precautions that the World Health Organization has laid down, and precautions by the Medical Council of India in India. So we need to follow those precautions, and at least in a country like India, where say 80% of the people are illiterate, and bringing awareness among them with regard to the danger that exists as far as the COVID-19 virus is concerned is a huge task. It's very enormous. But however, this lockdown has made them aware. So we should not feel that the lockdown has, has been a wrong decision. It has its negative effect as well as a positive effect. The positive effect is that even people in the remotest villages in India have become aware that corona is a dangerous virus and that they need to take precautions because of the lockdown. So it has a positive effect also. And in the future also, of course, I for one, I have decided not to eat outside food for the next 6 months. I have decided not to travel in the country anywhere for the next 1 year, and abroad for the next 2 years. This is, of course, my decision, but others can take precautions and travel. So the corona is going to stay with us, and we need to be careful. We need to take every precaution that is possible and ensure that we are safe. And suppose we feel that we are uncomfortable, and then if you feel that you have symptoms of the COVID, then it is better that you voluntarily approach the doctors, get yourself tested, and if you I mean, if it is positive, then quarantine yourself in the hospital, come back. So these are some of the precautions that we need to take, and this will continue for the next 1.5 years, 2 years. So this is what I would like to say. And yes, Vinod Kumar.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, you would like to take a similar question on that zone of your comfort?
Yeah. Sir, thank you very much, sir, Dwarkana, sir, for your wonderful, constructive suggestions. And now I request Hari Appanapalli, sir, for international level, what are the measures to be taken from UN bodies and as well as the WHO and also the international forums? So that are the major questions they asked.
So, yeah, very similar kind of precautions at a personal level, but the governments are very much looking into coming up with a vaccine, and the Oxford entity in the UK is very well in advanced stage of trials. And now the US has funded over $1 billion to procure about 300 million units of the vaccine. And underdeveloped countries have the problem now, right? So we don't have the funding and we don't have that kind of access to this vaccination. So I think a natural way of handling this, learning to live with the COVID is important. I think that's what we need to pay attention to. And ensure that the governments plan ahead, learning that we need to learn to live with COVID for quite some time, as the previous speaker mentioned, Professor Dwarkanath mentioned. So there need to be enough planning on how to live with the COVID in terms of providing food and access to healthcare to all the people, so that they don't need to panic and worry about their day-to-day living. I think that's very important. Then in terms of this healthcare side, I think telemedicine is emerging as a way to handle it. A lot of people are using it, even Government of India also encouraging the telemedicine. Then the next thing is virtual education. Kids cannot be home for a long time and they will go nuts. I think governments have to reinvent how to transition from the traditional education to virtual education. That means technology-based access to learning process. I think that is the next step, health education. And the third one is employment. So somehow the companies have to rethink, how do we have a virtual offices from their homes? That will do a lot more benefit to the environment. So there won't be traffic in the thing and we don't be polluting the environment, but at the same time, significant amount of personal hours of savings when they are home, and they can handle a work-life balance. They can take care of their families as well as they can take care of the employer. So that will give, it's a win-win situation. I think people have to reinvent, provide all the kind of access, internet or broadband access, providing them with the computers, and reskilling is important in order to handle this kind of situations. There's an enormous opportunity for reskilling for all the developed countries, especially. Most of the developing countries have to catch up with that as well. So the new opportunities in the healthcare side, education side, and employment side, there is enormous amount of, and also as I mentioned before, about 8-9 different technologies that are going to survive for the next decade. I think people can be retrained in those areas so that they can employ it gainfully, to not to depend too much on the government and not to burden the traffic and all. I think these are the very high level things. So there's an amount of work the governments have to think and invest in this futuristic way to live in a virtual world with social distancing is the mantra for a few years. So that's what I feel we need to focus on.
So what about the economical alternative economical plan for boost the underprivileged countries, sir? Because of COVID.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your question.
Hello.
Did you finish your question? Or?
Yeah, I finished.
Okay. So especially the underprivileged countries do not have the money right now to deploy on some of the things I just mentioned. I think the World Bank and also developed countries, even they're suffering. I think they're on a humanitarian grounds. They need to pump money into these areas. I think invest into those countries where the effect is more. And also, I think reskilling is the way to go. So that since we have a virtually connected, the world is flat. So people can live anywhere on the planet. They don't need to work for their own country, but they can work anywhere else. I think there's enormous amount of talent in Africa now with the next wave of young generation coming up there, and the Asian countries. So the virtual world, that's where the investment have to be made. And people are drifting away from China because of the trust they created factor. So people are not able to trust China anymore the way they behaved themselves during this COVID time. They try to make money by selling more of the PPEs and COVID testing tools. They are the winners when everybody else is losing it. I think there will be a big drift of companies from China to other parts of the world. I think this is an opportunity for the developing countries to showcase their talent and grab some of those opportunities. It will help the world and help themselves also.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Your wonderful constructive suggestions, which enlightened us for at the third world countries how to develop the third world country, how to use the opportunities in the new life of the after COVID-19. Now I request Our Holiness Queen of Congo regarding third world African countries, African continent, how to boost up the African countries after the collapse of the 4% of the economy in this African continent. So most of the questions also came from that. Madam, Queen is on the line.
Your Royal Highness, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah. While Queen is coming up, I just want to answer. There's an enormous amount of opportunity for the African countries. There are about 600 million hectares of arable land with proper water and those kind of things. I think there's right now Africa is importing the food, but Africa can emerge as a place to export the food to the world and provide the food to the world. I think that's one more big opportunity. And it's going to cross about 17% of the world population very soon. Most of them are young generation. So I think if we can skill that young people to be more productive citizens and responsible citizens of the society, I think that can go a long way, especially on the African. They have a lot of minerals and they are being exploited. That need to be prevented, and their benefit should go to the Africans more than the people who are exploiting them from outside of Africa. And agriculture is another big thing that they can explore during this crisis to start because the world needs the food, so they can export as much as possible. That's what I would like to bring to panel's attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All the questions is covered. Yeah. Sorry?
No, I'd like to add to what
please.
Professor Hari Ipanapalli has said. As far as Africa is concerned, the very continent itself is very rich in biodiversity. There are so many medicinal herbs in Africa. So if these herbs are properly identified and if medicines can be extracted, so Africa would become one of the most sought after continents as far as production of herbal medicines are concerned. Of course, in India, a lot of herbal medicines are being produced because the herbs that are available in India have been identified. But there are certain parts in Africa which still remain unexplored, where very rare plants still exist. So there is a need for exploring these areas and unearth the richness of the continent of Africa, so that Africa can be a savior to the whole world. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for Professor Hari Apparapalli and Professor Dwarakanath sir, who enlightened the national and international perspectives to how to control the COVID and the other economies and inequalities regarding especially marginal sections and marginal societies and marginal regions. Thank you so much, sir. Now I hand over to the mic to our Johnson sir. Please propose vote of thanks.
Let us hear from Her Royal Highness.
Please.
She is very much there now. Your Royal Highness, you are there, right?
Yeah, she's on mute. Both Her Royal Highness, myself, and Prime Minister Georges, who were not able to make on this call. So there is a organization called African Development Organization. It's called AFBO, and they are looking into this particular initiative, very large initiative. It's maybe $1 trillion initiative to explore the agriculture aspect of the Africa. So it's a very unique project. I think that will go a long way, as Professor Dwarakanath mentioned. We can incorporate into that model the medicinal plantations as well. I think that's a wonderful thought, sir. We would provide that input into the African Development Organization to consider that as well. Yes. So I think Jaker, Queen may not be listening to it. So
okay, sorry about that. And please pass on our heartfelt thanks to Her Royal Highness Queen Tiamani Kabatsulia. So let me take this opportunity to acknowledge each and every one who made this program, make it happen and successful, I can say, courtesy Mr. GKTV USA, who has been instrumental in making us live and go on air, who has been suggested and collaborated by none other than our Dr. Harikishan Eppanpalli. But for him, we wouldn't have been on live and on the Zoom as well. So I would like to show off Dr. Gopi, who is the owner of this GKTV channel. Please come on the video and say hi to all the participants and world over. I would like to acknowledge you for your precious time as well as your entire channel, sir. Please come on live, come on the video, please.
Thank you very much, Chani. I'm actually outside. I can just speak few words. Thank you very much for arranging Hari Garu and మీరు arrange చేసిన చాలా thanks అండి. So the people who are watching, they can watch this in live GKTV USA, and if you like this program, so మీరు వచ్చేసి దీన్ని subscribe చేయొచ్చు. You can subscribe, like and share this program. That's all I have అండి. Really appreciate for giving the opportunity అండి. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gopi.
Sir, thank you once again, and the entire team of your GKTV. I think Dr. Diwale Mohammed has left. Are you there, sir? Dr. Diwale Mohammed?
No, say so. Continue, sir. Continually say thank you.
We'll call it a
thanks
day.
For everybody.
It's getting late. I thought UK time is still daytime. Anyhow, thank you once again, GKTV and the team, and Dr. Harikishan Eppanpalli, who has been instrumental in roping in GKTV. We acknowledge the very flyer, promo which we have promoted to market this entire webinar. We have our JNTU alumni, Sohan and Harsha. I would like you to unmute yourself and say a few words and show up on the video, please. Harsha and Sohan Sankit. Speak few words, automatically you will be coming on the video.
Hi, sir. It's a great pleasure working with you.
This is Harsha. We really clap hands for his valuable time spent over the developing of the flyer and fine-tuning it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sir, it's a great webinar, sir.
Anybody.
Go ahead. Whoever speaks will be projected on the
Sohan,
video.
Sohan, you're already speaking now. Sohan,
Yes.
please.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone over there. It's a pleasure and honor to work with Global South Forum, which is working to promote equality and harmony around the world. It was a pleasure to design a logo for the Global South Forum. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Sohan.
much.
And, Harsha team,
Harsha.
you are listening to us as a JNTU alumni. Thank you. And over to our Global South Forum, our chairman, none other than our Professor Gali Vinod Kumar, who is also a speaker.
No, Harsha will speak. Harsha will speak. Harsha.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Harshavardhan.
Harsha?
No, Harsha is on the line to speak something. Please, Harsha, please.
Sir, good evening to everyone, sir.
Yeah.
It's a great webinar, sir.
Good evening. Yeah.
The several points and the questions are covered. They give me much more knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Harsha.
Sir.
So, Professor Gali Vinod Kumar and his entire team of Global South Forum is like we have partnered this program with the Department of Law, where he heads that department. Professor Gali Vinod Kumar is also the head Department of Law, Osmania University. So we acknowledge his entire team in his contribution of this webinar hosting, as well as.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. After so much of efforts and his team, including Uday Kiran and many to mention, our Vice President, Mr. Ramlinga Reddy, and Sudarshan sir, and many of your executive council teams of the Global South Forum have been instrumental in organizing this webinar. And personally, I acknowledge Professor Harugopal for his valuable comments and his recommendations. I would like to acknowledge whatever he has spoken last 5 minutes I will be taking some votes and making some notes as well to make them as resolutions so that we can send it for onward transmission to the rightful bodies and authorities under the law of the land. So kindly take pen and paper and mark down the resolutions. Whoever can support us can do that. If not, our team can do that. At the same time, Uday Kiran is there, and we also see Y.S. Kiran Kumar. We also see Balakshmi Rangu Madam. So all, even Dwarakanath Sripati also can moderate those resolutions and give them a fitting framework so that they can be really carried for onward transmission to the lawmaking authorities. Thank you again, Madam Bhagyalakshmi Rangu Madam. Nice of you. So now we mentioned a couple of things what Professor Harugopal has mentioned, acknowledging his speech, Article 39, and we have.
Sir, don't repeat, sir. Don't repeat now. The time is past. Please go on for taking it. Just say thank you.
2 more minutes. So we already covered what all covered by the eminent speakers. We acknowledge their presence, Professor Harugopal and our Registrar Gopal Reddy, and our PLV Sheshar Rao, and our SP Dwarakanath, and Ripuranjan for really collaborating with Dr. Hassan OIC and Diwali Mohammed. And we acknowledge Advocate Nitin Mishra. We also acknowledge the very presence of Her Royal Highness the Queen Diyambi Kabatsulia and Dr. Harikishan Appanpalli, who has been instrumental on the Western speaker. So thank you for your valuable time. And anybody who has made some resolution may come out, dictate and raise their hands. We'll note down so that we can close on a good note at the end of this panel discussion, closing this vote of thanks. Please raise the hands with the resolutions what you want to make, because Professor P.L. Visheshwar Rao has filed a public interest litigation, which would be definitely brought up to our notice as a Global South Forum where human rights violation has taken place. And personally, I want to make a resolution when the declaration of emergency from the law point of view, when the law of the land gives hold to the governor as well as the president to declare some emergencies, national emergencies, state emergencies, and health emergencies. Without declaring that kind of emergency, they have implemented COVID lockdown, which is totally violating and is against the constitution. And the very apex body, Supreme Court, and the justice system itself is following lockdown without that very basic declaration by the president or the governor. This is a very moot point. One should be taken up, at least by me. So all acknowledge.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir. Yes. We will drop the very important questions and it will send to the durable solution to UN body, UN bodies, as well as all the bodies which are even will send to the WHO some suggestions made by them, and Dorna sir, Haripalapalli sir, most of the they have given suggestions. Even Nitin Meshram also given some durable solutions for mechanisms of the judiciary. So there's a lot of suggestions came from the different experts. Definitely we will summarize it and we will finalize it and we'll send it.
I just want to summarize, Jaikar, I just want to summarize one resolution.
Yeah, please.
All the governments of the world should ensure affordable quality. All the governments of the world should ensure access to affordable quality healthcare, education, and everyone have access to basic food and shelter during this kind of crisis moving forward.
Yes, we acknowledge that point and we'll note down Dr. Harikishan. Definitely, that is coming to Article 39, 32, and also Article 21, where is freedom of life and liberty is at stake. Thank you so much for that valid point. Any other point?
Rajamani, you want to speak?
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. Because everyone has touched all the administrative point of view, but nobody has touched about the scientific knowledge and temper, because COVID-19 is basically, it's a mutation-oriented disease, virus, which is spreading all over the world. Because because of RNA, the virus is mutating in the bodies of different persons. So all over the world, now it is having only 2 stages. If it comes to the 3rd stage or 4th stage, it will goes to air polluted stage. So these are the mutations that virus can takes place. So to stop the mutations of the virus, we need to have good research on this. So the governments all over the world should give the actual process of investing in discoveries and inventions. At the same time, India is also should give good infrastructure, and ICMR should follow the good processes, genetic engineering, recombinant DNA technology, drug design, drug discoveries. All these should take care by the government. This is my advice from scientific side.
Yeah, thank you.
Very nice of
Thank you very much.
Even nice suggestion. Anybody else?
Please, Uday.
Sir, I have 2 resolutions.
Yes, go
Number
ahead.
one.
Yeah.
Justice delay is also an injustice in my view. From the 3 months, the courts are following lockdown. They are using the technology for the virtual prosecution, but even it is not possible to every advocate.
Reduce the volume of your speakers. Please reduce the volume of the speakers and increase the volume of your mic, Uday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, carry on.
Carry on.
So I'm believing courts have to be open.
This is good.
And the justice has to be prevailed in India. Even by the lockdown of the past 3 months, many cases are pending. And the justice is delaying to the common citizens. So it has to be open. And the justice has to be reached to every citizen of India.
Okay. We'll take your suggestions, good suggestions. So conclude, sir.
Anybody
I
else,
thank. Yeah. Please conclude, sir.
Go ahead. Okay. It has been a wonderful session, though it is late in India, but really early morning as well as afternoon in the European time zone, whereas in Eastern time zone of America, they are very much energetic and live to go for a few more hours, but we are having a little bit time constraint from the Indian side. So we personally thank Hari Kishan, Rick Puranjan sir from the CSI, and all the panelists, eminent speakers, and all the participants for their valuable questions to the panel. And our questionnaire has been very fruitful, and of late, even after these speeches, and madams have spoken and gave their valuable suggestions, we would definitely take them on record. And we acknowledge Professor Gali Vinod Kumar's leadership, and we thank you one all for latest participation and making this webinar a debut success, I should say, which we have dealt on discrimination, deprivation on marginalized sections during the COVID times. We also dealt about during COVID and future also, as we have seen suggestions by Professor Dwarakanath, from Her Royal Highness Queen Dayambi, and Dr. Gassan, and we also Diwali Muhammad, who have been speaking on the ground realities, because he was passionate about the women and child, and our Her Royal Highness have been passionate about the entire African diaspora. So we have discovered new marginalized sections, not only humanity and beyond humanity, as our tagline also goes beyond inequalities, where we can attempt to bridge the equalities. So bridge the inequality. So we take this on record and pass on these resolutions, and we vow that all your aspirations of bringing these inequalities will come to some fruition. May God bless you all for valuable time taken to attend our session, our international webinar, and making it a great success. God bless you all. Good night.
Thank you.
And good evening.
Thank you, one and all. Thank you. Good night, one and all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.